So most of the students are focusing more on how to learn the data analytics and what are the different tools and techniques we're going to be learned from the various kind of the backgrounds. But as of now, we can see how not to learn with consisting of whatever the tools and techniques we are going to be arrive the solution. Basically, we have different types of the data analytics to derive from the raw data sets to the get the insights. One is the descriptive, where we're going to be showcased as what is exactly happening with corresponding to that. And the second is diagnostic, where you're going to be explain why this is going to be happen with constraint, what are the just cracking the solution to get the business kind of the decisions to make. And another perspective is with regarding the predictive analytics, which basically help us to understand what will happen in the future or what exactly happen after 1 month, which will be help us to get some kind of intuition behind what are the number of the sales after 1 year. So another one technique with corresponding to the prescriptive analytics, which basically help us to understand how you're going to be make the decision making by using the raw data sets from insights to get some of the complexity. So, and also few of the people that basically taking or doing some of the mistakes with corresponding some of the diagnostic and also some prospective the data. So I'm on the page of dashthis.com where they're going to be explains what are the different common mistakes that people are doing nowadays. So first is first most with corresponding to the sample going to be biased or too small. You have a raw data set consisting of very less number of the observations. At the time, you're not going to be do with corresponding to whatever the insights you're going to be get. That may be fall into the constraint or may not be satisfied with your end user. And the second statement or second common mistake the people are most covered with corresponding to the goals and objective, what exactly the problem statement is. Let's say you are going to be do with corresponding to the number of the sales after 1 year or second year. In the time you need to be specified with corresponding to the data you had, so that then only you can optimize your results with corresponding to get the good number of the KPI matrices to arrive the solution. But if you are not cleared with your current statement definition, how exactly you're going to be get the insights? You need to be understood the problem statement very clearly and thoroughly about the object and also the requirements. And the third most common mistake is basically the people are performing is basic difference between the correlation and also the causation. So if I give a diagram so that you will able to clearly understood about what are the basic reasons with the common people or students are making the mistakes. So A and B are going to be two events here. So which basically help us to understand what exactly the correlation is and what exactly the causation is. So A causes B. That means if the B is going to be eliminated or deleted, it should be affected on the A. But in the correlation, it cannot be found with corresponding to the B going to be deleted with corresponding to the A. It had some kind of intermediate step, which basically is C, which going to be help us to understand at the time of correlation will be happening. If you don't have any kind of causation, it may be correlated with the B value, right, ultimately. So that's how it's going to be basically the common reasons we are going to be conducting with how not to learn with corresponding to the data analytics way of thinking. And along with some of the benchmark comparison, few of the people are also making some mistakes with corresponding to the KPI matrix to showcase increase or decrease corresponding to the, and you require to present your skill set with your maybe PPT wise or the PDF wise, so that analytic way of reporting is very much important in the context of the data analytics. Otherwise it completely dumb up your data set, whatever you have derived the insights from the raw data set. And also the unreliable data, which basically help us to understand, you require to know what exactly the data is and is it kind of the duplicate data or the missing values or maybe the incorrect values, you have figured out the way and some of the rounding errors. So basically it needs to be give some kind of the unreliable data instead of giving as a unstructured data. And also you need to figure out how much accuracy you will get or completeness and also the uniqueness of the data or consistency of the data, so that you will get some kind of avoiding those kind of the mistakes. And few of the people also get to know about the standardization of the data. You need to be standardized the data whenever you require to optimize your results. and also not to fully understand the KPI matrices. How does it going to be useful for the end user to explain or to get some kind of the interpretability to showcase in the data analytics, which is very important. You need to be figure out how does the percentage of the users is going to be accepted your analysis, and also the visualizing the data in the wrong way. Let's say you have different kind of the columns in your data sets, you need to be arrive the solution with different kind of the plots. Such we already seen in this course. You will also get to know about those things by using different tools like Excel, Power BI, and also the SQL and business statistics, where you will going to be get on to write the different kind of the observation by using the different plots. I hope you see in this course so that we'll able to see not to make these kind of the mistakes again and again. Thank you. Yeah, hi Al. So in this lesson or in this course, we're going to be learn in terms of the MySQL course. So this MySQL is going to be very helpful whenever you want to retrieve any kind of the data from the database. So for that, we have learned what are the different statistics we are going to be perform, and also the with the recording Power BI dashboards we are going to be get rid of. But what will happen eventually whenever you try to understand with respect to retrieving of any data from the database? So it consists of some database here with recording some number of the current and also the different tables we have. So this is the table one, this is the table two. So each and table having the different records, maybe probably for the 100 million or 10 million records for each and every table, with consisting of the different column names, different columns. And if suppose you want to be retrieve any kind of the data in terms of the table one or in terms of the any kind of the data storage, this is nothing but data storage, right? So for that we can call it as a data lake, and you can also call it as a database. So yeah, so by using the database or the data store, we are going to be retrieve few of the records. Suppose I want to take the record only who having the age is greater than or less than 75. Whoever having the age is greater less than of the 75. So this is my question. I want to retrieve the data from according to the data storage what we had. So corresponding to we had to write some querying nature, or you can say some kind of the syntax to understand it's going to be retrieve the data from the database. So for that we had to look on this course and try to understand what are the different syntaxes and what are the different queries to ultimate our store data storage account, and how does that going to be correlated with this. So yeah, further we can go to discuss some of the theoretical concepts, I can say. Then we can go and discuss how to install the MySQL, and we can play around with some of the different data sets. So so let's go and understand the RDMS, what exactly the RDMS does and how does that stand for RDMS means. So RDMS is nothing but the relationship database management system, a relation database management system, which is basically tells about the SQL, sequential query language. So the sequential query language in the modern nowadays we are using currently as a MySQL, and also we're going to be integrated with the IBM DB2, Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft Access with respect to the different cloud environments we are currently showcasing the DMS. So the relationship database management systems, I can say integrated. We can also call it as DBMS for that matter, which having the introduced concept in terms of 1980s around. So that from the EF code, the person is going to be introduced the relation model and the relation database to understand more detail. And some other concept with respect to the data integrity, we're going to be learned with respect to the different domains knowledge and the entity relationship between the both of the models we are going to be showcased. So yeah, you can see here entity integrity, which consists of the different following categories. Entity integrity is nothing but there are no duplicate rows in the table. If suppose we have a table with respect to the unique columns or unique kind of the rows, that may be possible to get user IDs may not be duplicate, because at the time you're going to be log on to the user ID, my user ID will be different with the your user ID. It may not be possible to get that much of duplicates. So at the time we call it as the entity integrity. There is no duplicate rows in the table. And something called as a domain integrity. Domain integrity came into the picture whenever you have some information valid with respect to the given column that is restricted by type, maybe data type or the format or the range of the values. So at that time we can call it as a domain integrity with regarding the RDMS database. And referential integrity, we will get eventually rows cannot be deleted at that time. You have only the view access, it cannot be modified that, which can be used by the other records. So we will also get eventually learn sometimes some of the keys in the RDMS, so that you will be, I try to understand what exactly it replicated to that. And differential integrity is just for understanding purpose of the keys. And user defined integrity basically tells about some basic some specification or some kind of the unique requirement with the business rules. They don't fall into the entity and domain and referential integrity. We can call it as a user defined integrity for that matter. Yeah, let's go and check out other theoretical concept with respect to the database management system called as normalization. So normalization is a process, I can say, whenever you have some effective kind of the data in the database. So there are so many reasons, maybe probably you have to do normalization of the process, such as eliminating redundant data. Okay, so you have, for example, storing of the some data more than one table. So at that time you had to delete one table and you kept the another table. So that's how eliminating some of the redundant or noisy data along with that. And ensuring the data dependencies. Okay, I mean, whoever having the dependencies on the table, you don't want to delete the table. If you delete the table, it may not be make sense for us to integrate with the other tables. And along with them, some of the reasons, like you had to be satisfied your goal at the time of reducing the amount of the space, like space and time complexity to encounter with your queries, whatever the queries you're going to be written at the time, had to be do somehow the logically store some location or some table. At the time, normalization will go and be help us to understand with respect to consist of the series guidelines. We're going to be help you to create the database structure. So yeah, we have so different normalization. I'm not going to the details integrity of the theoretical part. We can directly go and check out the what are the different classes and what are the different select statements we had with respect to the SQL query, so that will guidelines to provide some of the integrity with respect to the MySQL server also. And we have the different normalization functions. We're going normalization forms, I can say, first NF and second NF and third NF. So yeah, basically some of the difference between like eliminating the redundant data for the normal one, like that, we are going to be good from the theoretical concept with respect to that. But that is a basic idea for the normalization. That is fine with us. So to install this MySQL software, just click on this. I will share this PPT with you. You can learn by using this PPT. What are the different links? I already shared this some of the links. So if I open that, yeah, you can see this link will going to be open. You can try to, yeah, this MySQL server is very important. You can also download in your software, but it's somehow the costness, I can say. I'm not preferable personally, but I prefer the online IDs we have with respect to the MySQL to handle out. I will also show you how to do with the online resources we had. It's somehow the paid. You can trial with the free version, with the try free version with respect to your credit card or the debit card, so that you will get some of the free kind of for the version for the 30 days. So it is much faster, I can say. You can see this is very faster when compared to whatever we are currently using with local systems. So I would suggest you go through this link and try to install freely available software called MySQL, so that we will perform the next operations with corresponding to the next item bunch of the points we are going to be learned together. Thank you. Yeah, hi. So till now we have seen some of the theoretical concepts with respect to the RDMS, and also the how does RDMS going to be very helpful in terms of the retrieving the data. So let's also more details in terms of the theoretical concepts with respect to whatever we learn. Something called as a data definition language and data manipulation language and transition control language, transition data control language. So let's also more detailedly discuss about these different concepts we had. So the data definition language, it's going to be tell us, we can also represent by using the DDL. It's going to be used in terms of the database structure or the schema wise. So the DDL is going to be used the specified additional properties of the data and also the storaging of the structure access method used by the database systems and also the set of the statements we had. So I will tell you DDL in terms of we're going to be get data definition language. We're going to be retrieve any kind of the data. You want to be matched with the schema or the structure of the database. So these kind of the some of the statements, this kind of the defining of the statement while doing your table to create. At that time, it's going to be very helpful to hidden kind of the information with the users or maybe the probably the end clients, and also the data value is going to be stored in the database in a much fashion or consisting of the some constraints. So what are the different constraints we are going to be encounter in the DDL concept related task? So these are some of the different constraints we are going to be handled out. For example, like integer type. So you have some of the integer with respect to the int or maybe the float or maybe the double or maybe the long kind of the thing, and also the character types. So if you are working with some categorical values, at the time you eventually get the English language or may not be English language. So some of the cases you have to be unload with associated with each and every attribute. Eventually, what will happen? You have to be represented by using the each and value with a different range and also the subsetting of the range and also classifying between the categorical values and the integers. And also the date time features. If you have any in the database, then you have to be typecast with respect to the date time only, so that it eventually works out with the date time features in the tabular data sets. And declaring with any attribute, I would say particular depends on the domain knowledge we require to construct the values according to the take that values. Then referral integrity. So we have seen some of the DTL related concepts and referral integrity concepts with respect to whatever we learn in the normalization. It depends on appears on the one-to-one Mary relationships, you can say. So, for example, you can take the department listed of the each course must be one actually exist. So each department consists of the each course. So for that, you probably learn it consists of some of the one to many relationship. A department consists of many course, right? So at the time you're going to be drawn for the one to many relationship, you have the one to one relationship, many to one relationship, many to many relationships. So we will also go through that so that we will get some idea how does that going to be very helpful, and how to draw the relationship between the two different tables. How does that going to be very helpful in terms of the Power BI concept also. So for that, we're going to see some of the different constraints we are going to be together in the DTL concept. We'll also go through the practical hands-on session in this class so that we'll get some idea what are the different concluded with respect to that DDL. So authorization. So the authorization, whenever we may have the some of the differentiate with the among users, you can say I split it with the some 10K users to handle my SQL. So at that time, what will happen? You will get some you can say confused. Whoever are going to be accessed or unauthorized with respect to the other private keys or the public keys with respect to the SQL. So who going to be avoid such things, or who is going to be encounter, who is going to be identified at the time you're going to be get that unauthorization keys. So at that time, the authorization term may be differentiate. I can say it's going to be most common thing for the read access or the you can say insert access or authorization, update authorization. If suppose my company is going to be give some application to me, what will happen? I will quickly explain you the example. So any company, I can say XYZ company is there. So XYZ company is give me this application to me, or this is some application with regarding the MySQL related. So they have given me this application to do any kind of the support, you can say any kind of the support kind of the thing. For that, I need only the read access. For that, I need only the read access for that. Because I'm not a developer. I'm not a developer at the time to understand the data and try to do any kind of the changes. So we have a database which consists of the large number of tables, large number of the tables. So what I will do, I will take the read access only for this to access this database and retrieve some of the information. That's it. So I don't want to modify anything. I don't want to make changes anything of it regarding the database what we had. So what I will do eventually, some of the cases, the database may be stuck somewhere or schema mismatch, schema mismatch. So at that time, eventually, I need to look upon in detail, in terms of the data to develop other methods. So further, we required read authorization, and further we required insert operation, which is going to be insert some of the modifications of the existing data, but it will be insert only the values. Insert means nothing but the value is going to be inserted instead of modifying any results. And we have updated authorize which allows the modifications but not deletion. Okay, so the basic updation is nothing but just update the values, that's it. If suppose my city is Hyderabad, so I want to update this into Delhi. So at the time I will take the authorization of the update, and I'll keep updating on this, even though even though I won't delete this record. I won't delete this record. It will duplicate, but the location name is unique at the time. So we will also having the concept for a flag for each and every database. Most of the people are following this concept as a flag. Whoever having very variable change or very slowly changing the values with respect to all the other values, it become as a no kind of the thing. Whoever having the very highly very change in those become as a byte. This is active record. This is a not active record. So like that we are going to be get as a from flag to get active record or not. And eventually what will happen in this scenario, we will also call as SCD type 2, slowly changing dimensional, you can say slowly changing dimension, SCD type 2. So we have different types for the slowly changing dimensional, type 1, type 2, type 3. So yeah, this is the type 2 nature of the slowly changing the dimension, I would say. So if you go and read about some of the concepts with related to the MySQL, that is very interesting ideas, I can say. Once you learn this concept in the theoretical nature, once you implement it in the practical oriented, that is very easy to get the glance of it. You will learn very brilliantly with compared to the DDLL concepts and DML concepts. So let's also focus more on the assertions. So assertions is a basic condition. Basically any conditions you have to take consideration that must be always satisfied. So that is a basic definition for the assertions. So domain constant, integrity constants, whatever we learn as special for the assertions. So yeah, so let's go and discuss what are the different commands with related to the DDL concept. Yeah, DDL concept is generally with some of the commands called create a table or create a new objects inside the database. Alter is a very basic command, I can say. Whenever you alter it, it will be alter it. It may not be delete or it may not be drop. Okay, it will be alter it. The structure of the database is going to be altered. That's it. Drop is nothing but deleting the table, deleting the column, deleting the row, whatever you call it as. And renaming is going to be very helpful whenever you want to rename any kind of the objects or any kind of the table name, like that. So we can play around by using these terminologies we just now learned. The commands is going to be variable. These are all the theoretical part, I can say. The commands is going to be helpful whenever you are playing on with the SQL concepts. Yeah, let's go and play around with this. I have given this link with you, online link sqltutorial.org. So this this online database we are going to be get and try to run in this website. Yeah, so I'm currently in some sample database, I can say. This is some sample database. Would like to know about the sample database. So yeah, this is some database. They already interpolated with their own cloud, you can say, their own going to be database. We just want to be retrieved, but let's try to understand what are the different tables we had in this database. So I will take this diagram and try to explain you what are the different kind of the things we are going to be get it from. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Yeah, so see here, this is a one table. Every table consists of the different columns, right? So this is a different columns with regarding the table name. This is the table one, and this is the table two, this is the table three, table four, like that. So we had different tables, I would say. These are all different tables we had. So what we'll have to do, you have to connect, you have to connect with respect to different tables by giving a relationship, by giving a relationship, by giving a relationship. So how to connect and how to do a relationship, this is also one of the good answers I can say. But we can learn this is a little bit later, little bit later. But as for now, we can play around with one table, play around with one table for DDL concepts, DDL concepts. So let's go and check out that. But as per relations, these are one too many, like kind of the thing with respect to the keys also. So that's more integrity of the learning nature with respect to the other concepts. So I'm not going to the details of that. We can play around with maybe the different table what we had. So let's play around with that so that we'll get some idea how to get the DDL concept and the DML concept we are going to get. Yeah, let's create some sample database so that we'll get some idea. So these are the syntax I can say creating any table. You can see here, creating table regions. Suppose you want to create the region table. Okay, so you want to create the region table with regarding, this is a syntax, create table, create table. If I take this snippet, I will explain to you maybe. Yeah, you can see here the create table, this is a syntax for creating of any table, and this is the name of the table, name of the table. And I will give the parenthesis because of my schema and my other columns are going to be represented in that line. So yeah, so the parenthesis is going to be represented as a as per the name of the table is going to be ended. And next thing you can see, next thing the column names are going to be defined. This is a column one, c1, c1 with the typecast or type, data type with integer, with integer 11. So I'm just declaring as a 11 integer character so that it will be allow the 11 up to 11. So you can also see some other column, auto increment primary key. So yeah, this is auto increment primary key is going to be very helpful whenever you require to join with the other table. So primary key is very important. This is a P1, you can say primary key. And some other column called region name with consist of varchar. So varchar is a string type basically. So varchar is nothing but a string type, string data type in the SQL, that variable character, that nothing much. So I'm just declaring as a 25th. You can see I'm just declaring as a 25th, so that I will get city name or the region name having the 25th different characters we had. So default is it's going to be null, maybe null. So that's the reason default is maybe null. Some of the cases maybe null. So let's also try to understand the different concepts we are going to be learn with regarding the DDL maybe. So yeah, so you can also see, yeah, you can also see same thing will happen with this, and with the column name, character name, primary key. This is the P1 along with the default values. It is a not null, so it may not be not null. Region ID because of the primary key, right? It may not be not null. So we'll discuss that little later. Keys are very important in the SQL, I can say. So keys will be more drastically going to be very helpful to get in terms of the joining conditions whenever you wanted to join with other tables. So it will be happen, it will be happen some of the other classes I will detailedly discuss about these things. So let's jump on to the other command called with respect to whatever we learned in the PPT, alter. Yeah, if you go and see the alter maybe, yeah, I think it will be, yeah, just search it, alter. The basic syntax you have to be understood. That's it. If you go and be see any alter command, yeah, you can see this. So the alter command is basically tells about you have to be alter. You don't want to delete anything. You just want to be alter. You have to modify. That's it. So yeah, modify the structure of the table. At the time you will as an alter the statement. The alter table is going to be very helpful. I mean, at the time you want to be change any specific reasons, you want to be change the table name or the table, you can say the table schema for that matter. So you want to be add the new column or the data type with the regarding and also the constraints with respect to the primary key or not, along with the null value or not null values like that. So yeah, eventually this is the syntax alter table. The course, there's some table here. Courses is the table, course ID, course name. So you want to be create or rename or name column the credit hours onto the courses table. So what you have to do, add the credit hours. What is hours is nothing but in integer, right? It may not be ordinal. So that's how you have to create. So you want to be alter it. At the time you want to be define the numeric in terms of this range max limit it's going to be. So at the time you can alter the fee adding the numeric data type after course name like that. So yeah, you can add this other column integer with after course name. Similarly, the alter modify the columns. You can also modify the columns. You can modify, you can say the table structure, or you can say whoever you want to be specified in terms of the modify, whether it is a column or the table, whether it is a some specific row, that is also fine. Yeah, alter it the table name. Okay, you want to be alter the table name with corresponding to that, modify the column definition. So let's go and check out some basic example in this case. So courses is the table, fee is the column. You want to be alter or you want to be modify the numeric is not null. So like that. Similarly, alter table drop of columns. You can drop the columns. Okay, you want to be specified to drop any number of the columns. You can drop those columns by using the drop column is fee. You can drop that according to that. Semicolon, I would say semicolon somewhat mandatory in this SQL. Hope you're going to be get some integrity lessons of the sensitivity with regard to the syntax wise. So the dropping column is very straightforward, I would say. If you take a look on the other command called drop, yeah, let's go and see the drop. How does the drop is going to be very helpful? We have already seen in the alter, but we can go and see the drop function. How does that going to be helpful? Yeah, a drop column or drop table. Yeah, just go for the drop column maybe, so that we'll get some idea. Yeah, the drop column is going to be very helpful whenever you want to drop any column. So you don't want to be allowed that column in your table at the time. You can directly use alter table drop column. This is very straightforward, I would say. This is also very basic syntax to drop. If you want to specify in the list of the column names, you can specify in the list of the column names. Yeah. So dropping of the column is straightforward, I would say. We already learned in the alter. And what is the other command? I would say rename. Yeah, renaming. Let's go and check out the renaming. So if I want any renaming, the specific syntax is very straightforward, I would say. So rename of the column name with specified the renaming of that. Yeah. So yeah, replace all the rename would be some of the same feature. So we already seen, right, the renaming in terms of the create itself. So yeah, replace also will be the same, I would say. So you want to be replaced with corresponding to that, you can replace that. We already seen, I guess, in terms of the create only. Creating the table, when we learn about the creating the table, we already seen the renaming the things. So if you go and see the renaming of the things, that is very straightforward. You want to be rename some of the things, you want to be specified with respect to that. So I want to rename some of the things that may not be helpful at the time of column ID. So you want to be rename, you can directly rename corresponding to that. Basic syntax is like this. So rename old value with the new value. That's it. With a new value. Obviously going to be table, right? From table. So you can specify the mention with regarding the which table and which column. That is basic sense to understand to renaming any column. Even the table also. If you want to be specified even the table also, that is also very useful. And these are some simple operations in the DDML. So we can also check out with regarding the DML and also the transaction control language with regarding the different concepts we are going to be correlated with to understand what how does the syntax is going to be very helpful with respect to that. So DML is the much more better efficient to retrieve the queries. This is just a beginner level of the SQL, I would say. So if you want to be more integrated with the SQL, I would suggest you go to with nested queries. Nested queries. So I will also introduce the nested queries concept, but not that much of much deeper while doing with some beginner level of the SQL course. So if you are more familiar with some of the beginner level of the SQL course, I would suggest to go to with advanced SQL called as an nested queries. This is very much helpful to understand more integral with this. And what will happen? You have to learn some of the syntax in the SQL and try to apply on top of your data sets or top databases. So whenever you apply the databases, you will be retrieve some of the information while doing the querying. While doing the querying, you will get the information and try to understand the data. Understand the data that is correct or not. That is correct or not. You have to validate it. You have to validate properly. You have to validate properly all the columns along with some data types. Some data types. So that you will eventually get some good understanding of database management system, along with you will also get database developer. So yeah, that's what for this class I would say. We can go with the next class by using the DML, data management language, manipulation language. This is going to be very helpful to understand the different queries and commands we are going to be used. Thank you. Yeah, hi. So till now we have seen some of the theoretical concepts with respect to the RDMS and also the how does RDMS going to be very helpful in terms of the retrieving the data. So let's also more details in terms of the theoretical concepts with respect to whatever we learn. Something called as a data definition language and data manipulation language and transitional control language and data control language. So let's also more detailedly discuss about these different concepts we had. So the data definition language, it's going to be tell us, we can also represent by using the DDL. It's going to be used in terms of the database structure or the schema wise. So the DDL is going to be used the specified additional properties of the data and also the storaging of the structure access method used by the database systems and also the set of the statements we had. So I will tell you DDL in terms of we're going to be get data definition language. We're going to be retrieve any kind of the data. You want to be matched with the schema or the structure of the database. So these kind of the some of the statements, this kind of the defining of the statement while doing your table to create. At the time, it's going to be very helpful to hidden kind of the information with the users or maybe the probably the end clients, and also the data value is going to be stored in the database in a much fashion or consisting of the some constraints. So what are the different constraints we are going to be encounter in the DDL concept related task? So these are some of the different constraints we are going to be handled out. For example, like integer type. So you have some of the integer with respect to the int or maybe the float or maybe the double or maybe the long kind of the thing, and also the character types. So if you are working with some categorical values, at the time you eventually get the English language or may not be English language. So some of the cases you have to be unload with associated with each and every attribute. Eventually, what will happen? You have to be represented by using the each and value with a different range and also the subsetting of the range and also classifying between the categorical values and the integers. And also the date time futures, if you have any in the database, then you have to be typecast with respect to the date time only, so that it eventually works out with the date time futures in the tabular datasets. And declaring with any attribute, I would say particular depends on the domain knowledge we require to construct the values according to the take that values. Then referral integrity. So we have seen some of the DTL related concepts and referral integrity concepts with respect to whatever we learn in the normalization. It depends on appears on the one-to-one Mary relationships, you can say. So for example, you can take the department listed of the each course must be one actually exist. So each department consists of the each course. So for that, you probably learn it consists of some of the one to many relationship. A department consists of many courses, right? So at the time you're going to be drawn for the one to many relationship, you have the one to one relationship, many to one relationship, many to many relationships. So we will also go through that so that we will get some idea how does that going to be very helpful, and how to draw the relationship between the two different tables. How does that going to be very helpful in terms of the Power BI concept also. So for that, we're going to see some of the different constraints we are going to be together in the DDL concept. We'll also go through the practical answer session in this class so that we'll get some idea what are the different concluded with respect to that DDL. So authorization. So the authorization, whenever we may have the some of the differentiate with the among users, you can say I split it with the some 10K users to handle my SQL. So at that time, what will happen? You will get some you can say confused. Whoever are going to be accessed or unauthorized with respect to the other private keys or the public keys with respect to the SQL. So who are going to be avoid such things, or who is going to be encounter, who is going to be identified at the time you're going to be get that unauthorization keys. So at that time, the authorization term may be differentiate. I can say it's going to be mostly common thing for the read access, or you can say insert access or authorization, update authorization. If suppose my company is going to be give some application to me, what will happen? I will quickly explain you the example. So any company, I can say XYZ company is there. So XYZ company is give me this application to me, or this is some application with regarding the MySQL related. So they have given me this application to do any kind of the support. You can say any kind of the support kind of the thing. For that, I need only the read access. For that, I need only the read access for that, because I'm not a developer. I'm not a developer at the time to understand the data and try to do any kind of the changes. So we have a database which consists of the large number of tables, large number of the tables. So what I will do, I will take the read access only for this to access this database and retrieve some of the information. That's it. So I don't want to modify anything. I don't want to make changes anything of with regarding the database what we had. So what I will do eventually, some of the cases, the database may be stuck somewhere, or schema mismatch, schema mismatch. So at that time, eventually, I need to look upon in detail in terms of the data to develop other methods. So further, we required read authorization, and further we required insert operation, which I'm going to be insert some of the modifications of the existing data, but it will be insert only the values. Insert means nothing but the value is going to be inserted instead of modifying any results. And we have updated authorize, which allows the modifications but not deletion. Okay, so the basic updation is nothing but just update the values, that's it. If suppose my city is Hyderabad, so I want to update this into Delhi. So at the time I will take the authorization of the update, and I'll keep updating on this, even though even though I won't delete this record. I won't delete this record. It will duplicate, but the location name is unique at the time. So we will also having the concept for a flag for each and every database. Most of the people are following this concept as a flag. Whoever having very variable change or very slowly changing the values with respect to all the other values, it become as a no kind of the thing. Whoever having the very highly very change in the become as a byte. This is active record. This is a not active record. So like that we are going to be get as a from flag to get active record or not. And eventually what will happen in this scenario, we will also call as SCD type 2, slowly changing dimension, you can say slowly changing dimension, SCD type 2. So we have different types for the slowly changing dimensional type 1, type 2, type 3. So yeah, this is the type 2 nature of the slowly changing the dimension, I would say. So if you go and read about some of the concepts with related to the MySQL, that is very interesting ideas, I can say. Once you learn this concept in the theoretical nature, once you implement it in the practical oriented, that is very easy to get the glance of it. You will learn very brilliantly with compared to the DDL concepts and DML concepts. So let's also focus more on the assertions. So assertions is the basic condition. Basically, any conditions you have to take consideration that must be always satisfied. So that is a basic definition for the assertions. So domain constant, integrity constants, whatever we learn as special for the assertions. So yeah, so let's go and discuss what are the different commands with related to the DDL concept. Yeah, DDL concept is generally with some of the commands called create a table or create a new objects inside the database. Alter is a very basic command, I can say. Whenever you alter it, it will be alter it. It may not be delete or it may not be drop. Okay, it will be alter it. The structure of the database is going to be altered. That's it. Drop is nothing but deleting the table, deleting the column, deleting the row, whatever you call it as. And renaming is going to be very helpful whenever you want to rename any kind of the objects or any kind of the table name, like that. So we can play around by using these terminologies we just now learned. The commands is going to be variable. These are all the theoretical part, I can say. The commands is going to be helpful whenever you are playing on with the SQL concepts. Yeah, let's go and play around with this. I have given this link with you, online link sqltutorial.org. So this tutorial, sorry, this online database we are going to be get and try to run in this website. Yeah, so I'm currently in some sample database, I can say. This is some sample database. Would like to know about the sample database. So yeah, this is some database. They already interpolated with their own cloud, you can say, their own going to be database. We just want to be retrieved, but let's try to understand what are the different tables we had in this database. So I will take this diagram and try to explain you what are the different kind of the things we are going to be get it from. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Yeah. So see here, this is a one table. Every table consists of the different columns, right? So this is a different columns with regarding the table name. This is the table one, and this is the table two. This is the table three, table four, like that. So we had different tables. I would say these are all different tables we had. So what we'll have to do, you have to connect. You have to connect with respect to different tables by giving a relationship. By giving a relationship. By giving a relationship. So how to connect and how to do a relationship? This is also one of the good answers, I can say. But we can learn this is a little bit later, little bit later. But as for now, we can play around with one table, play around with one table for DDL concepts. DDL concepts. So let's go and check out that. But as per relations, these are one to many, like kind of the thing with respect to the keys also. So that's more integrity of the learning nature with respect to the other concepts. So I'm not going to the details of that. We can play around with maybe the different table what we had. So let's play around with that so that we'll get some idea how to get the DDL concept and the DML concept we are going to get. Yeah, let's create some sample database so that we'll get some idea. So these are the syntax, I can say, creating any table. You can see here, creating table regions. Suppose you want to create the region table. Okay, so you want to create the region table with regarding, this is a syntax, create table. If I take this snippet, I will explain to you maybe. Yeah, you can see here the create table. This is a syntax for creating of any table, and this is the name of the table, name of the table. And I will give the parenthesis because of my schema and my other columns are going to be represented in that line. So yeah, so the parenthesis is going to be represented as a as per the name of the table is going to be ended. And next thing you can see, next thing, the column names are going to be defined. This is a column one, C1, C1 with the typecast or data type with integer 11. So I'm just declaring as a 11 integer character so that it will be allow the 11 up to 11. So you can also see some other column, auto increment primary key. So yeah, this is auto increment primary key is going to be very helpful whenever you require to join with the other table. So primary key is very important. This is the P1, you can say primary key. And some other column called region name, which consists of varchar. So varchar is a string type basically. So varchar is nothing but a string type, string data type in the SQL, that variable character, that nothing much. So I'm just declaring as a 25th. You can see I'm just declaring as a 25th, so that I will get city name or the region name having the 25th different characters we had. So default is it's going to be null, maybe null. So that's the reason default is maybe null. Some of the cases maybe null. So let's also try to understand the different concepts we are going to be learn with regarding the DDL maybe. So yeah, so you can also see, yeah, you can also see same thing will happen with this, and with the column name, character name, primary key. This is the P1 along with the default values. It is a not null, so it may not be not null. Region ID because of the primary key, right? It may not be not null. So we'll discuss that little later. Keys are very important in the SQL, I can say. So keys will be more drastically going to be very helpful to get in terms of the joining conditions whenever you wanted to join with other tables. So it will be happen some of the other classes. I will detailedly discuss about these things. So let's jump on to the other command called, with respect to whatever we learned in the PPT, alter. Yeah, if you go and see the alter, maybe, yeah, I think it will be, yeah, just search it, alter. The basic syntax you have to be understood. That's it. If you go and be see any alter command, yeah, you can see this. So the alter command is basically tells about you have to be alter. You don't want to delete anything. You just want to be alter. You have to modify. That's it. So yeah, modify the structure of the table. At the time you will as an alter, it's a statement. The alter table is going to be very helpful. I mean, at the time you want to be change any specific reasons, you want to be change the table name or the table, you can say the table schema for that matter. So we want to be add the new column or the data type with the regarding, and also the constraints with respect to the primary key or not, along with the null value or not null values, like that. So yeah, eventually this is the syntax alter table. The course, there's some table here. Courses is the table, course ID, course name. So you want to be create or rename or name column the credit hours onto the courses table. So what you have to do, add the credit hours. What is hours is nothing but in integer, right? It may not be not null. So that's how you have to create. So you want to be alter it. At the time you want to be define the numeric in terms of this range max limit it's going to be. So at the time you can alter the fee adding the numeric data type after course name, like that. So yeah, you can add this other column integer with after course name. Similarly, the alter modify the columns. You can also modify the columns. You can modify, you can say the table structure, or you can say whoever you want to be specified in terms of the modify. So whether it is a column or the table, where you say some specific row, that is also fine. Yeah, alter it, the table name. Okay, you want to be alter the table name with corresponding to that, modify the column definition. So let's go and check out some basic example in this case. So courses is the table, fee is the column. You want to be alter, you want to be modify the numeric is not null. So like that. Similarly, alter table drop of columns. You can drop the columns. Okay, you want to be specified to drop any number of the columns. You can drop those columns by using the drop column is fee. You can drop that according to that. Semicolon, I would say semicolon somewhat mandatory in this SQL. Hope you're going to be get some integrity lessons of the sensitivity with regard to the syntax wise. So the dropping column is very straightforward, I would say. If you take a look on the other command called drop, yeah, let's go and see the drop. How does the drop is going to be very helpful. We have already seen in the alter, but we can go and see the drop function. How does that going to be helpful? Yeah, a drop column or drop table. Yeah, just go for the drop column maybe, so that we'll get some idea. Yeah, the drop column is going to be very helpful whenever you want to drop any column. So you don't want to be allowed that column in your table at the time. You can directly use alter table drop column. This is very straightforward, I would say. This is also very basic syntax to drop. If you want to specify in the list of the column names, you can specify in the list of the column names. Yeah. So dropping of the column is straightforward, I would say. We already learned in the alter. And what is the other command? I would say rename. Yeah, renaming. Let's go and check out the renaming. So if I want any renaming, the specific syntax is very straightforward, I would say. So rename of the column name with specified the renaming of that. Yeah. So yeah, replace all the rename would be some of the same features. So we already seen, right, the renaming in terms of the create itself. So yeah, replace also will be the same, I would say. So you want to be replaced with corresponding to that, you can replace that. We already seen, I guess, in terms of the create only. Creating the table, when we learn about the creating the table, we already seen the renaming the things. So if you go and see the renaming of the things, that is very straightforward. You want to be rename some of the things, you want to be specified with respect to that. So I want to rename some of the things that may not be helpful at the time of column id. So you want to be rename, you can directly rename corresponding to that. Basic syntax is like this. So rename old value with the new value, that's it, with a new value. Obviously going to be table, right? From table. So you can specify the mention with regarding the which table and which column. That is basic sense to understand to renaming any column. Even the table also, if you want to be specified the even the table also, that is also very useful. And these are some simple operations in the DDML. So we can also check out with regarding the DML and also the transaction control language with regarding the different concepts we are going to be correlated with, to understand what how does the syntax is going to be very helpful with respect to that. So DML is the much more better efficient to retrieve the queries. This is just a beginner level of the SQL, I would say. So if you want to be more integrated with the SQL, I would suggest you go to with nested queries. So I will also introduce the nested queries concept, but not that much deeper while doing with some beginner level of the SQL course. So if you are more familiar with some of the beginner level of the SQL course, I would suggest to go to with advanced SQL called as a nested queries. This is very much helpful to understand more integrated with this. And what will happen? You have to learn some of the syntax in the SQL and try to apply on top of your data sets or top databases. So whenever you apply the databases, you will be retrieve some of the information while doing the querying. While doing the querying, you will get the information and try to understand the data. Understand the data. That is correct or not. That is correct or not. You have to validate it. You have to validate properly. You have to validate properly all the columns along with some data types. Some data types. So that you will eventually get some good understanding of database management system, along with you will also get database developer. So yeah, that's what for this class I would say. We can go with the next class by using the DML, data management language, manipulation language. This is going to be very helpful to understand the different queries and commands we are going to be used. Thank you. Yeah, hi all. So in this class, we are going to be learn a data manipulation language with respect to some of the different commands we are going to be used. Till now, we have learned in respect to the data definition language that consists of the create, alter, and renaming kind of the things. But in the data manipulation language, we are going to be completely learned with respect to managing of the data to get in terms of the retrieving of the information from the database. So the data manipulation language is going to be helpful with the different concepts and different kind of the types, I can say. One is the procedure and also the declarative. How does the procedure data manipulation language is going to help us? It basically requires a user to specify what data needs to be or what data need to be retrieved from the database. And the declarative data manipulation language, I would say, it's also referred to as a non-procedure data manipulation language. Some of the cases, it's going to basically retrieve a user to specify what data are needed and without specifying how to get those data sets. So we can also see the different examples with respect to the procedure and declarative. So a declarative basically lies or the tells about with respect to the DML language, which is very easy to learn, and we can also use for the procedure database while we are going to be specified how to get those data. And however, what will happen since a user does not have the specified or how to get the data, the database system is going to be figured out much efficient way of accessing the data. So that is a one of the advantage with the declarative is going to be helpful when compared to the processor. And we can also see some other different commands we are going to be represented with the data manipulation language, such as select. So select is a very important class, I would say. I would suggest to go through the select class first, much efficient way we are going to retrieve the data according to that. So retrieving the data from the database by using the select class and something called as insert. You want to be insert any kind of the values in terms of your database or the table for that matter. You want to be insert the data or the values into the table. So update, so you want to be update the whatever the existing data we had in the table or within the table, you want to be updated by using the update class or updated command. Similarly we have the delete, whatever we learned in the data definition language for the alter with respect to delete, we can do by using the delete command specifically to get the records and to get all the records. Maybe specifically you can mention with respect to the conditions wise, so that we'll get some idea with respect to that. So let's go and check out some of the practical oriented nature with respect to these commands, so that we'll get some idea with respect to the data manipulation language. So I'm currently on the page of the SQL tutorial with respect to the SQL select command tutorial kind of the thing. If you see, SQL select statement is basically tells about the syntax. Select a list, okay, whoever having you want to be retrieved at the time. So specifically I would say whenever you want to be retrieve any kind of the select statement is going to be very helpful to retrieve from the table itself. So select, I would suggest you go through the select list. I will directly call this as I need total columns. I will directly asterisk is going to be help us to enhance the data much more efficient for all the columns. So you want to be get all the columns, you can directly specify the star or asterisk for that matter. So that you will get all the columns. If you want to specify only few of the columns, suppose I want to retrieve only the age, or I want to retrieve only for the city, for a person, so that I will retrieve only age and city, the columns, by using our table names. So this is a basic syntax: select and the column names from the table. That's it. So yeah, if you go and check out the by using our, yeah, you can see select star from the table name. So if you go and check out some table, so this is the employee table we had. So this some table. If you want to retrieve all the information, you can directly specify select star from employees. You will get all the employees. So let's also try out. This is how I will trial out with corresponding to the online resources we have with respect to the SQL. Yeah, let's try out with that. I will lively show you how does it going to be helpful. Yeah, I have written select start from employees. So employee tables we had, right? So this is the employee table we had. So if I'll execute, you can see all the information will go and be get. All the information we are going to be get with this. All the informations. So yeah, employee name, first name, last name, you want to be get. Suppose I want only for employee name. Okay. So what suppose I want only for the employee names. So I would make it as, sorry, yeah, I would make it as employee name for that matter. You would see if I execute this, I will get only the employee names. Suppose I required first name also. I required first name. I will put a comma. I will put a comma. I will write it as first name, first underscore name. So you have to be very careful about the case sensitive, whatever the words you have to be done at the whatever the different columns you have to be showcased. So yeah, you can see here select employee ID and the first name. I will suggest to go through get the employee name also the first name. So I will execute this one again. You can see employee ID and the first name is came into the picture with respect to the all the records what we had. So if I need again last name, you can also put the last name and try to execute. Yeah, try to execute, you will get also the last name results. So like that you can play around. Maybe this is very useful online SQL tutorial, I will say. I mean SQL kind of the execution. This is much faster when compared to the MySQL. That is somewhat the paid version you have to be take care of, and that may not be I would say suggested for you. You can practice by using the online tutorial for to enhance your knowledge that much of integrity to understand for all the commands. So let's also go and check out what are the different functionalities and advantages we had with respect to the select command we are going to specify. Yeah, specifying the some of the columns, this is already seen. And you want to be perform the simple calculations like this. So if you want to perform, if I just copy paste this thing, maybe, yeah, you can see here. Yeah, you can see here. So I'm just declaring the first name, last name, and salary. I want to get salary and somewhat calculations I want to know about that. This is a new column. So it will eventually create the temporary storage for this new column and try to delete that after completion of your query. So if I execute this, you will see that column will be present with respect to the original column we had. So if I run this, if I remove and make it as, yeah, make it as star, you can see that column is may not be present. Only salary is present. Only salary is present. So yeah, what will happen eventually whenever you draw on any kind of the thing, so it will be present for the temporary storage. It will be deleted at the time of execution, runtime execution has completed. It may not be created the new column for that matter. You can calculate any calculation, not only the salary. You can calculate to represent it with respect to the count of the number. Suppose I want to know the how many records I have. So for that I will do count star. So if I execute this, I will get to know 40 records are there in my database, in my table. So for the, yeah, you can see sample database. These are all sample databases. Okay, so these are all sample databases. You can play around with this sample database, and it will be very helpful to try to understand the different languages we are going to be specified here. And what are the some other advantages with respect to the select command? You can see, so you want to be specified as alias. This is nothing but an alias. I will quickly explain to what exactly that does and how does that going to be very helpful in terms of the SQL manner. So we have drawn by using the SQL select command. So these are all the columns are fine. So what I'm doing here, I will take in the salary in terms of 1.5, the multiplying with. So I will create a new temporary storage for that, for a new column. I am renaming. This is nothing but a renaming. This is a predefined keyword, you can say, in the SQL. So whenever you give it as as is nothing but alias to that, alias to whatever the calculations you made with corresponding to the existing column you had. So it will create as a new salary with all the values of the calculations you're going to be encountered with the salary multiplied with 1.5. It will come across this. So as is going to be very helpful, I would say, in terms of the SQL. So yeah, those are some of the important with respect to the SQL command. Let's go and understood with respect to the insert, update, and delete also. So yeah, I'm jump on to the other pages. So for the insert, you had to be insert the values corresponding to the table name. You have to be specified then, and then we can insert the multiple values or the common only for the manual values you want to be specified. So this is the basic syntax I would say. Say insert into table one, column two, column three, like that. The values are going to be specified Values is a keyword here, and value one, value two corresponding to the column one, column two. You have to know about the data type also. At the time you have to be enter the values. Otherwise, it won't take. It will throw something that according to that. So yeah, that's how you have to be specified with respect to the insert values with regarding the column values, and so that you will try to understand. Yeah, you can see here we will play around with this data set. Maybe if you go and see this, yeah, we can play around this. We have two different tables here. To go and see that website again, yeah, we have two different tables here. One is the employee table, another one is the dependents table. So how does this going to be inserted one row into the table? So you can see I'm inserting a new row into the dependents table. Okay, in the dependents table going to be inserted. So what will happen if I'm going to be inserted with the dependencies table? You can also see some relation between the two tables. If I take this forward, the image. So yeah, we will little later going to be understood the relationship also. But just for as for now, this is a somewhat relationship one to many, one to many. So you have something called as employee ID here. This is a primary key. This is a key, you can say. This is a key, and this is also a key for other database. So key will going to be matched with the both the tables. Then we can join with that one to many or any relationship. So this is a standard relationship we have just followed with the one to many. So what will happen if you just try it out with if you're going to be add a new column here? What eventually the affected with the other table? So there is no effective, right? There is no that much of effectiveness. So if you go and see, I'm going to be add insert into first name and last name relationship employed ID. So the employed ID is going to be reflected to, you can see, employed ID is going to be reflected to this employee ID, obviously, right? So we have employed ID with respect to so many employed ID with respect to the dependent ID and the first name and the last name and along with the so many things. So we did not see a department ID. The column will be inserted as you can say auto incremented with corresponding to in the database. You can say that data type is must be equal with corresponding the values we had. Affected row is one only. Yeah, let's play around with this. I just copied this and pasted into my Excel. Yeah, it's already there. Okay, so execute this. Yeah, it is affected whenever you want to know about employed ID 178. Yeah, you can take this command maybe. Yeah, you can execute this. Yeah, we have seen this 178 command. So it having some duplicate, but dependent ID is somewhat different. You can see this must be unique. Dependent ID is a unique because this is the key, right? So it must be unique. But all the different has some duplicate nature. But that is fine. Just for the simplicity to understand, dependent ID must be unique at the time. So yeah, this is how you have to be conclude, and you have to be insert some of the values into the SQL side. And what are the different advantages with respect to that? You can see you can also insert like this, so many values at a time. And yeah, you can say like this, so many values at a time. For each and every record you want to be specified that. And copy rows from the other tables also. You want to be copy some of the rows. Yeah, you can see here, insert into the table one, column two. Select column one and column two from table two. From the table two, you are just copying and insert into your table one. That's it. So based on some of the conditions, we'll go and check out the where class also little later. But this is how you have to do with respect to that. And similarly, you can also play around with, yeah, similarly play around with the copy with the other tables also. Similarly, the update function or update class or update command is going to be very helpful whenever you want to update any command values. So you can see the update table name set column one value one, column two value two, with some condition. So where class is nothing but whenever you want to specify any conditions. Suppose I have a condition, just now we seen something called as a dependent ID. Dependent ID is equal to 178. So I already know about the dependent IDs 170. I already inserted the new inserter. So this just now I want to check about this. So for that we have to be used as a where class. So where class is very useful to understand, to get specific record. So you want to be know about the specific record. You must to be drawn by using the where class. Where class is very helpful and much more efficient to retrieve the data with compared to the all the retrieve columns you want to be specified. And yeah, you can see the syntax. This is very easy to understand. The update is very easy to understand. If you see update, this is a keyword. The table name you want to be specified along with the set this column name and value, and a column name and the value where this condition. So whoever having the column name and the value one, it's going to be set these values. That's how it's going to be works out. Yeah, let's go and check out that how does it going to be helpful. And we had two different values, dependents and also the employees. You can see here, yeah, we can also play around with this, but you can see here the employee ID is 192, the first name and the last name, first name and the last name. First name having the Sarah and second name having the Bill, or the last name having the Bill. I want to update Sarah has a last name built to something Lopez. So for this I will use update command. Yeah, let's play around with this. Maybe let's play around with this. I want to update the last name from Bell to something else, Lopez, you can say. Anything. If suppose if I put some name Sai, it will also works out at the time. You can see at the time it's going to be works out. You want to be check about that, you can specifically know about by using this query. You can say Sai is updated with the last name. So that's how you have to update anytime you want to be dependent with respect to that. That is very basic scenario to understand. Update the last name again with set the value corresponding to that. Then you can play around with the values according to the values you want to be specified with respect to the employee ID, dependent id you're going to be specified. So yeah, so that is very basic scenario to handle out with respect to that. So then we can also see the delete maybe. So the delete will going to be delete some of the records if you want to be specified anything related to that. Very simple syntax. Whatever the select query we had drawn with respect to the syntax with respect to that select query, delete query, the table name and the condition, where class condition. So you want to delete any kind of where conditions with respect to that, and you can delete by using the condition. You can trial and error method. You want to be specifically note about some of the count results to delete. You can directly use the count, select the count of the results, and then you can delete. You want to be specifically know about the employee ID within the range. We can use something called as a in. In is also very useful predefined library, predefined keyword, I would say. So employed IDs are in between the range of 100 to 102. Okay. So 100, 101, 102. It's probably going to be deleted. Probably going to be deleted from the dependence tables. Yeah, that's how it's going to be works out. In is going to be specifically mentioned as in between these dependency IDs or employee IDs. So yeah, that's how the data manipulations language is going to be very helpful. So you have to practice more so that you will get some ideas and some of the advantage with respect to whatever we learn in terms of these. So I hope you understood. So let's wrap up this class. We can meet for the next class as well. Thank you. Yeah, hello all. So in this class, we are going to be learn what are the required other domain constraints we are going to be showcased, such as primary key and foreign key. So till now we have discussed only for the unique key and check, and also the default and not null. So let's go and check out how does the primary key and foreign key is going to be useful in the SQL. So the primary key, the basic idea of the primary key is to enhance your table. Suppose I have a table. So let's take this table, course ID and course name, and also the some columns with regarding that. So I have a table consist of some columns and different columns to showcase. I would suggest course ID must be unique. must be unique, and also it cannot be not null. It cannot be not null. So if I have these two constraint statement in my table, I will call this as a primary key. I will call this as a primary key. So why we are going to be learn primary keys and why we are not taking the other columns as a primary key? Suppose we have a constraint to satisfy with any column with regarding the primary key to match these two constraints. I have another column or another database or another table which consists of some program ID, course ID, and instructor ID. So I have three different columns. When I see course ID is also present in this table T2. So this is a T1 table. This is a T2 table. What if I need to get instruction ID by using the course name they will going to develop. So I need to understand who will going to teach, but for basic finance. So at the time I need to join these T1 and T2 tables I need to join. Further, you can join by using the primary key what we had. Primary key what we had. So for joining primary key is very important. It may not be null and also the must be having the unique records for all the cases. Let's go and check out what are the similar kind of the advantages and disadvantages with respect to the primary key, where it's going to be works out, where it's not going to be works out. How does that going to be looks like as a syntax wise in your SQL. So typically what will happen, the primary key consists of set of the columns whose null values are going to be uniquely identified in the each and every row in the table. So the primary key also consists of two or more columns, is also known as composite primary key. And if you go and see this some of the tables with respect to join, maybe whenever you want to define any primary key, so this is the basic syntax I would say. Creating a table, some project is a table, project ID, project name, start date, end date. The project ID I need to have a primary key. I need to use this project ID to join with the other table. So at the time I will realize this is a must be unique, and also the not values are not null at the time of I use it as a primary key. You can also specify by using the not null. This is also fine in the time you will be realize that. And what will happen if you're going to be create with respect to the primary key? You can also use defining by the constraint. So constraint PKID, primary key ID, primary key project ID. So this is also fine by giving a name assigning to the prime. You can also add the primary key recording definition to make the project ID column as a primary key of the project table, whatever the project table you are going to be specified. Yeah, you can use the constraint. This is also very helpful at the time you want to be declared with the creating the table. It's going to be very helpful to promote your column, project ID column. So creating a table project assignment. So I'm just creating the project assignment table. What will happen with respect to this table? I'm just assigning the PK assign for the name of the primary key for project ID and also the employee ID. So this is a composite primary key, I would say. So in this composite primary key, what will happen? Because you defined as a primary key consists of the two columns. One is a project ID and another one is the employee ID. You must use the primary key as a table constraint at the time you're going to be use these two. And then what will happen, adding any primary key to the alter table. So this is also very helpful, I would say. And you have to define by using the where you are going to be alter your primary key, which column you're going to be alter your column. So for example, in this case, what will happen, it creates a project milestone as a table name without a primary key. The project milestone stores the milestone of the project names. So I need to understand how does it going to be helpful. I need to alter it somehow. So I am altering table project milestone table with consist of PK milestones ID. Okay, PK milestones ID. I need to make it as a primary key. So for that, I just add a constraint for the PK milestone ID for the primary key along with the milestone ID. So you can also skip this constraint. This is also fine. You don't want to be specified a constraint and again, and also specifying with the name for the constraint. We just now discussed with respect to the unique and also the not null and some of the different clauses. You can also skip the constraint. That is also very helpful. And also removing any primary key you already have a primary key in your database, you want to be removed that, so you can directly use a drop is very helpful to alter your table to remove any primary constraint columns. You specifically consist of any primary key constraint, that is also fine, but specifically not mention any primary key, that is also fine. So constraint with respect to the primary key id, tree milestone idea or the name consists with respect to the primary key concept, that is also you can work on with it. I would say this is very helpful whenever joining with some of the other conditions with the primary key. So next we are going to be learn foreign key. So foreign key is basically tells about you have a keys, okay, some I mean you have a keys, primary keys you had. How does that going to be helpful to group, or you can say is a column or a group that going to be enhanced or enforces a link between the data in two tables? Such cases we can call that we use as a foreign key. So first table is going to be referred as some table. Let's look on this table. Create a table projects. In this we have project id, project name with somehow primary key also, and start date and end date. So you can see here we have project id and also we have project id in this case. So at the time I realized I need to join with the project id and the project id with respect to the project milestone and the projects table. It will be enhance your system to understand to join to separate between the foreign key. So I would say foreign key is a common between the two different tables, so that we can call it as references to that foreign key as a project id. Let's see, I'm just creating the project milestone to get to create a foreign key constraint with respect to the other tables by using foreign key is a keyword, and you're just adding into the project id for that matter, and giving the references to project id in the projects table. Similar, yeah, this is a very basic syntax for the foreign key. You have to promote this project id in the project milestone to become as a foreign key is going to be referred as a project id of the projects table. Similarly, you can also assign a name of the foreign key constraint. So you can see here creating the table project milestone id, data type integer, auto increment. We'll go and learn auto increment also, and primary key and the project id, integer data type. Same similar. This is standard stuff, right? We already learned these things. And constraint along with fk project with corresponding to the foreign key, the project id, and this is the name of the constraint, you can say. And adding the foreign key constraint to the existing tables, or you can also drop for the foreign key, that is also allowed in the foreign key itself. Alter the table, and what are the disadvantages between the if you delete that thing. We can also discuss a little later so that you will get some ideas. So alter table one. Okay, so I'm just altering the removing or adding the foreign key with respect to the different one, fk key column, pk key column, like that. So yeah, you can alter it with corresponding to some of the references, and alter the table and removing the foreign key just using the drop constraint. That's it. So if you want to use drop the constraint, what will happen? So what will happen with respect to the reference table? So let's go and check out that. If suppose I have a record with corresponding to the foreign key, that is a project ID in one table. In the other table, I have a project ID with corresponding to it's going to be associated with both the tables, right? As a foreign key. So what will happen at the end? At the end, you recorded any you deleted any record. Suppose employee project ID is equal to 20. So you deleted in this table T2. It will be affected. It will be affected to table one, because it is not present at the time you're going to be search, at the time you're going to be joining the two tables. So at the time it will throw an error, maybe. At the time it will throw an error. So at the time you have to be concluded with respect to the tables to join with the foreign key. You have to be very careful. So removing of the foreign key is very straightforward, but you have to be very careful to understand why it is going to be removed and what are the different challenges to face of it for that record to remove. You can set maybe the active is equal to no. That is also allows in the SQL. Okay, so some other different technique to understand the data truncation. Okay, data truncating of any table. So you have all the records in your database. So if suppose you have a records with corresponding your data set, so this is a complete data set you had. So what will happen if I have all the records in my data set? It's going to be enhance my results much better. But what if you are doing something called as a full load every day? The full load is going to be very helpful to do truncating of all the details in a table. Truncating of all the details in a table. So truncating of all the details in a table that will be going to be enhanced to get new values, new values, new values, new values. So all the new values going to be updated in your database according to in your table. Schema may not be mismatched. Schema may not be mismatched at the time. Schema will be the same, will be the same. So if suppose you are encountering with different schema, that is a different story. But as per the understanding prospect to truncating will going to be truncate all the values. If you want to update all the results, you can update that one. So that's how you can truncate your table corresponding to, it's going to be very helpful truncating all the values. So truncating the table is also very straightforward. Just to use the truncate keyword and give the table name. That's it. So I'm currently using some truncating of the different tables also. This is also allowed in all the databases. Currently we are using as a MySQL. So you can also truncate multiple tables by using this table one, table two, different names. SQL truncate table versus delete. What is the basic difference? So truncate will going to be helpful only to truncate the values. Okay, not the complete database and also the schema. Table may not be delete, table will be stay the same, but what will happen, you don't have any chance to roll back. Expect you can say you can use it for a transaction or not been committed at the time. But delete will going to be delete even the logs operations also. You can roll back the data that was deleted. And if you say the delete data, it's going to be a table referred by the foreign key. Suppose you cannot use for the truncate table at the time, and you must use the delete statement instead of that. And also the truncate table is going to be very helpful. The statement is going to be delete the trigger, and the table has going to be trigger associated with it. So some of the disadvantage with the truncate also I would say, and that may be enhanced with the delete operation somehow. So let's go, let's also play around with some of the applications, the examples, so that we'll get some idea how does that going to be helpful in theoretical or practical oriented way. Creating a table, big data. Okay, so we are just creating a big data table corresponding to the ID is a column, int is a data type, auto increment is somehow functionality with respect to that. We can see a little later. And primary key. I'm just declaring as ID is a primary key to going to be referred to that val, and val is also some kind of the integer. So you can see here big data table. In the big data table, I'm just going forward with respect to the inserting the values. So what will happen if I go and represent by using database system support in the storage account? So what will happen with respect to truncating of the any table? Suppose we are just declaring as a big data and inserting some of the values, 10,000 value. So what will happen with respect to truncating the table? It will only truncating the whatever the values we had inside the table. So yeah, this is somewhat creating some procedure to understand, but this is the way to understand a database system is going to be supported to stored in a procedure, right? You can also put this statement inside a loop so that it will be enhanced to repetitive process with corresponding the values or rows we had. So this we can see little later, but as for now, you can understand this is some of the procedure to follow to insert the 10,000 rows into the big table. That's it. So yeah, you can see I'm just calling that load big table data whatever we declared with the procedure load big table data, and just calling out for the 10,000 rows to insert into the big table. What you had to do, you had to remove the data whatever the 10,000 records we had by using the truncate. Truncate is a keyword. You had to delete the table corresponding to the values for the 10,000 records what we had. You can see only for the truncate data for that. So only for the truncate data you may not be seeing all the records at the timestamp. And something with respect to union all also. So this operator is very useful, I would say, in the SQL whenever you want to join with the two different tables or union with corresponding the merge operations. This is very helpful to understand. So what if the union is union operator is going to be performed, combine the results in the two different sets. So at that time you want to be specifically joining to or more select statement. It's very difficult to use it to understand. You can see here the syntax is very straightforward. Select column name, column one, and on also table name with respect to the column names are coming from union and also the union all somehow. So select column 3, column 4 from the table 2. So what exactly it will do? The union operator you're going to be used for to write any kind of the divided word the sequences segments to join with them by the keyword. If you want any keyword corresponding to the union, you can try to use by using different data types and also the size with the same order. Yeah, let's go and check out in this diagram so that we'll get some idea. And what will happen if you have a duplicate rows in the set? You can use union all operator so that it will be join all the different duplicate rows corresponding to the table 1 and also the table 2. So here you can see here A is a table and B is also another table which consists of some key here 1, 2, and 1. You can say this is some of the column wise we are going to be showcased corresponding to the result sets which we have. So if you union it, you can see here one one corresponding to the table A column 1 and 2 corresponding to the table and table B. It's going to be concatenated with respect to that. You will be get 1, 2, 3 values without duplications. What if we use union all? Okay, what if we use union all? It will be slightly going to be some modification with respect to the union. It will be enhance the duplicate results. So at the time you're joining these two, you may not be get the duplicates. If the join by using the union all, you will be get the duplicates like 1, 2, 2, 3. So the basic syntax is very straightforward. Yeah, you can say basic syntax is very straightforward. Whatever the IDs you had will be joining with corresponding to the table, and union also will be the same corresponding. Some disadvantage with respect to the both the things are the same. You want to join with respect to select statement and some of the updated statement. Updated statement may not be works out for union, I would say. And what will happen if you want to be delete at the time you want to be specifically mentioned? But select class is a very useful for the union operator with regarding some different columns you want to be specified to join to with the other table so that you will get the summarization results at the end. And maybe we can also see something called as a intersect. So if you are probably learn maybe 11th and 12th grade with respect to some of the joints, intersect is very helpful. Whoever having the common values, it's going to be give the same results. If suppose I have a set like this A and set like this B, whoever having intersected values or common values, I will going to be get in this region, right? So that is nothing but an intersect. Similar concept we're going to be using the SQL also. Intersect concept is going to be very helpful. Whoever having the common elements or common values, it's going to be come together as a result of the 2 to 3. If you see here, union operator will going to be very helpful for intersect the operator, which going to be remove some of the duplicate values obviously from the final results. At the end, what you're going to be get intersect value with respect to the two different tables. That will be the data types of the columns must be compatible. Where at the time you have to be intersect the values. If suppose this value is integer, this value is string, it may not be helpful at the time. It must be compatible, then only it's going to be works out. And the number of the columns and their order in the select statement must be the same at the time you want to be intersect two different tables. Let's go and check out the example. This is small example, I would say. So I'm just taking from the table A ID and also the ID with respect to the table B. It's going to give the common values 2 and 3. Similarly, order by you can also specify it with corresponding to descending or ascending order. So we'll also see the grouping operations little later, but just as per understanding, is just to go and simply type order by so that you will get some idea with respect to the intersect term what we had. So we'll also learn this maybe later in the tutorial points. If you go, we have other section called operations in the data in the SQL, and also the grouping operations. So as for now, I hope you understood some of the different keys we are going to be used in this class so that you will be get familiar with this. Thank you. So hi all. So in this class, we can go with the operations in the SQL so that we will be familiar with the operations, some of the operations in the SQL. So let's jump on to the what are the different operations we have in the SQL. So such as some of the operations like and, or, where, in, not in, between, exist, and null. So let's check one by one in our SQL tutorial, favorite tutorial called SQL tutorial. So let's jump on to the website. I'm on the page of the sqltutorial.org. So in this page, we are going to be check out what are the different filtering data or operations we are going to be coming across. So one very important class, or we can say one important very filtering the data, which is a where class. So let's try to understand how does the where class is going to help us understand. If suppose you have a data set, suppose you have a data set which consists of large number of the values, around 10 million values, 10 million records. So you want to retrieve only customer ID is equal to 143. So at the time you have searched this customer ID, it will be easy to get the records in milliseconds. Easy to get the records in milliseconds. If suppose I need to get the data consist of a 10 records, at the time it may takes couple of the minutes to retrieve the data, and also it's going to be executing the load amount of the data per SQL, MySQL. So retrieving the data is straightforward, but it will take some of the time to retrieve and extract the data if you are using any kind of metadata kind of the thing in the SQL. So for that we have to retrieve or we have to filter it out or doing some of the operations, maybe operations, so that it will eventually get rid by the computation efficiency whatever we are using in the SQL side, it will be somehow reduced, will somehow reduce. So filters, one of the best filter in the MySQL, overall the MySQL is where class. Where class. Suppose I will write a query, Kyle, by using the where class, select star from table name, select start from table where customer ID is equal to XYZ. So if I write like this, the where class is going to be very helpful at the time. You only fetching the details of the customer ID, those who have XYZ value. So at the time I will fetch the details with corresponding some of the filters in the data table. I will extract this data table as much I needed. I want to retrieve this data. Similarly, where class we can also use to get rid from some of the different features. We can also see in these notebooks. Yeah, let's go and see how does the where class and syntax is going to be helpful in the SQL side. So this is very basic syntax. I can say select column 1, column 2 from the table name where you have to give the specified condition. So currently we just now given the specified condition with respect to customer ID, right, in this case. So I have given a condition. This is nothing but a condition. So I'm retrieving all the columns by using my asterisk symbol. All the columns. All the columns. So what will happen if you retrieve all the columns by using some conditions? It will be helpful only retrieving that information corresponding to the condition information. So you can also observe the different operators we had in this. Different operators we had in this is equals to, which basically going to be tells us the equals to, and not equal to we can specify by using this symbol greater than the less than symbol. and also the exclamation mark with the equals, and the less than we can directly use the less than from our keyboard. Greater than also is the same, less than or is equal to, and the greater than or equal to. These are very common operators we are going to be used whenever you want to retrieve the data information by using the where class. Suppose I need to use any operator like select star from table where amount is greater than 10 10,000. So whoever having the amount is greater than 10,000, I will retrieve all the information corresponding to that. So at the time you maybe use the operators such as greater than or less than or is equal to or not is equal to, so that it will be very helpful at the time you utilize the some of the operators you're going to be helpful. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Minimum salary is maximum salary, like that. And also the date and formats is very important in the SQL. You want to be stick to with some of the date point format so that you will be eventually helpful that it will be in the specific format to address your values by using your where class. So let's take this example. The employees data set, we had employee ID, first name, last name, email ID, and also the phone number. Higher, there's some information that's out on the dependent side. So SQL where class is going to be very helpful. Numerical comparison operators. So let's also go with this kind of the syntax. How does this going to be very helpful? Select employee ID. I'm just selecting the employee ID, first name, and the last name and the salary, along with the employees from the employees table, where the salary is greater than 14,000. Order by the salary description. So order by will see the little later. If I go and try it out, let's try it out. How does the where class is going to be very helpful at the time you are utilizing this notebook. If I execute this, I got only the few results. It consists of the employee ID, first name, last name, and the salary. So I have given whoever having the salary is greater than 14,000. So at that time I shifted to less than, suppose. So how many records you are going to get? Let's see. Yeah, you can see all the records are having the less than 14,000. If suppose I have given a value with respect to less than of 500, all the records having the less than 500, it still don't have any value. So that's the reason we are not getting. What if I given the 1,000 salary is less than the 1,000? No one is there, the less than of the 1,000. What if I had given 10,000, less than of the 10,000? Few of the salaries having the less than 10,000 also. So with that, you can play around with this. We will see little later the order by how does that going to be helpful in the aggregations operator in the SQL. So you can also play around by using the department ID is equal to 5. You can see department 5 having this member of the people consist of the employed IDs and also the first last name. And eventually you can also play around with where the last name is Chen. Okay, so if I type whoever having the Chen as a last name, it will give all the information corresponding to that. So where class is going to be helpful by using the condition what exactly you have to be retrieve the data consisting of the different columns. Similarly, if you go and see what are the different advantages and also the disadvantages with respect to the where class. So we have another class called as having. So let's see how does having is going to be very helpful. What are the disadvantages with the where class? So yeah, so let's jump. These are the very simple example we just now discussed this. So having is also very wonderful class to encounter some of the disadvantage to encounter in where class. So we'll see this little later. So we'll also go and see that having class maybe just a second we can type having class. Yeah, so having is going to be specified some of the conditions filtering the group summarized by the group by class. So let's see this. Having class is going to be very helpful at the time you are going to be aggregating the things. So the basic syntax between the having is having this condition. Okay, so whenever you have some of the group based conditions, you just concatenated with your having with the group by. So that will be eventually very helpful whenever you want to retrieve the information with respect to the aggregation functions such as having and also the where. Yeah. So what exactly the basic difference is? Where class applies to the condition individual rows before the rows are going to be summarized up to the group. And what exactly the having class is going to be applied, or having class is going to be helpful condition to the group after the rows are grouped into the groups. So therefore what is important, having class is going to be applied after, whereas where class is going to be applied before the group by class. So like that is going to be very helpful. And also the SQL having the class different example we can also see here. So what basic syntax is this simple: select column 1, column 2, column 3. I'm just counting the employee ID with corresponding the direct reports, so that it will fetch the data from the employees tables where the manager ID is not null, group by manager id. So the manager id is not null. Okay, so this is a where class we are just telling. What if I use a having class? Let's see here. Having direct reports is greater than 5. Direct reports is greater than 5. So it will be eventually get rid whoever having the direct reports greater than or equal to 5. It will fetch that, and it's also grouped by according to the manager ids. In this where class, you can see in this where class, group by manager id, manager is not null, but you eventually get all the information with corresponding to the manager id. But in the case what will happen, having the direct reports only having a greater than or is equal to, you are saying having with some kind of information to provide, I can say. So whoever having the least 5 direct reports, you are just using by having class, so that you will retrieve by using the data. Similarly, you can also use SQL having with some function. This is one example. Some function is also very wonderful. You want to be some of all the corresponding values. If suppose you are using in a column, suppose you are using in some of the columns in your table, such as salary. So you require to sum all these corresponding the different rows you had, right? So at the time you're summing of your salary, you will eventually end up with sum of salary with corresponding name maybe. So total salary, like the total salary, or monthly salary, such as the different names you want to be specified as column names. So at the situation you may be encountered to write having class with the summation of the salary between 20,000 to and 20,000 and also 30,000. So whoever having the salary between the 20,000 and 30,000, it will be eventually get the all the results in this middle range. Okay, so 20,000 to 30,000. So in this range, we are going to be get all the results with sum of salary. So this is how we can filter out much better when compared to the where class what we had. So this eventually works out well with summation function also. Similarly, it will also works with the minimum function, which are having the minimum salary, end up with something called as having group by department ID. So we can also learn some of the different joints we had little later in this course. So having is going to be very helpful whenever we retrieve the salary information is minimum or salary information is a maximum. So at the time, you can eventually directly use the having class. So this basically help us to understand whoever having the group by results. So based on the results, we can retrieve easily while doing the where class. So we can also play around this. This is very straightforward. I can say you have to play around, and some of the doubts will be encountered following in the description. So that will be very helpful. So let's also go to the other class what we had. So where class we have seen, and also the having class we have seen. In and not. In is nothing but you want to make information that is present in the in, or that is present in the table, you can say. We can use the in for that. We can use the in. That is a basic syntax for the in. So we can also see the basic syntax for the in this tutorial. So if you yeah, so I think uh, which will be present in just a second. That basics tells about the information, how does it going to be helpful. So in this basically tells about whoever having the column names or any kind of the retrieve information that may be present in that value. So yeah, I think yeah, SQL in yes. Let me open a new tab. So the basic syntax for the in is this one expression in this the values are present or not. That's it. You have to be checked whether it is a true or false. The Boolean based operator I can say whether you are going to be get the information or not. So if you take consideration any kind of the examples like employee kind of the example such as different columns we had. So you can see here where job ID job ID in 8 9 10 8 9 10. So according to job IDs are 8 9 10 the present, so whoever having the 8 9 10 will going to get the results as per this SQL statement. So we're going to be get 8 9 10 results corresponding to the job ID we are going to be retrieve. Similarly you can also use not in. So this is also one of the good operator. It is not present exactly. So not in means you don't want these values, you want all the remaining values. Okay, like you don't want 78 values, you don't want 78 values, you will get all the different results we have going to get different job IDs you have in the data sets. Similarly you can also use by using whatever the not null or not null also. So that is also very works well while doing with these kind of operators. So in and not in between we also seen between the two salary digits we have just now seen, and the null also we have seen yesterday where we also seen and or and we can see now. And we can also going to see the exist one, so the value is existing or the not we can also check by using the exist. So let's jump on to the and or not. And or yeah. So the and is very basic. If you are aware about the and or these are the very basic syntax to understand, and also the exist, right? So the exist is going to be very helpful in this case. Some of the cases we are going to be utilize these options. The operations is going to be very helpful. So and is very basic syntax, I would say. In the SQL, overall the SQL, we are going to be use the and to get retrieve the two different conditions you have to be encountered at the time we use and add. So we already know some of the truth tables. If you arrived at some of the information with respect to the and table, if it is going to be true, they'll give it as the value of the true. If it's going to be true false, it's going to be give as a false. If it is going to be true, if you have information of the null, it will be show as a null information. If it is a false, if you have a true values, it's going to be give as a false value. So this table is very helpful whenever you read some of the table illustrated with respect to the and operator while comparing with the trues and false and nulls. So SQL and operator is very basic example called as the employees. Let's play around with this. You can see in the where class we just retrieving the information for job ID is equal to 9 and salary is greater than 5,000. So at the time I execute this query, select start from this table, and where class having the two different conditions. One is the job ID, one is the job ID is equal to 9, and another one is the salary greater than 5,000. So what will happen eventually? You have two different conditions in this case. So you have to be stick with these two different conditions, right? So at the time it will be search this condition, first condition, and at the time it will be okay. It will be present. It will enhance this result into the next condition. If it is not present, that's what we just now see in the truth table right now. So it will check first condition. It's going to be truth. It's going to be expressed in the next condition. So like that, it's going to be works out at the end. And if it is a present, that means a true. If it is not present, that means it false. So if it is not fetching the results by using the null value, It is a null value information. So eventually you will get these three these three inputs, or these three inputs to the next condition, or the next different conditions you are going to be execute in the SQL query. It will fetch this information by using the true true, or true false true, or null true, like that. So you eventually read about this table so that it will be identified your corresponding to the fetching results you're going to be get on. Similarly, you can also see SQL operator will use something called as like this. Instead of playing the one, instead of playing the true or false, you can also use one or zeros, like that. One is represented as a false, and zero is represented the true, like that. You can perform the different operations with respect to the and on or also will be the same. Hope you are aware of the or nor gates, like that, in your 11th and 12th grade. Like a, you can say some truth tables you are going to print out. If you are aware, that is very fine, straightforward stuff in this case. So and is also very useful whenever you retrieve the information. If suppose I need an information for a class of student, whoever having marks, or having percentage 90 plus or 80 plus. So I need information whoever having a percentage with 90 or 80 percentage, so that I will retrieve the information. I will do some analysis according to that. So at that situation, you can simply use or expression one, or the condition one, or the condition two. Just you have to specify whether it may be works out, or whether it may be works out at the time. It cannot be works out at the two times. Okay. So at the situation, you can use, if it is a true, it's going to give as a true values for the second condition. You will also get the true conditions. If it is a false, so it will basically works out, right? What will happen at the end? You're working with 90 or 80. So whoever accepting the truth, that is fine. But whoever don't accept the truth, suppose this is the truth, this is the truth, that is works out. If this is the truth, this is a false, still it's going to be works out, because you have a true. What if you have a false and you have a false for the second conditions? So what will happen? You can just see this false and false. So you're going to be get as a false results, obviously, right? So you're eventually going to be get, this is a failed condition, I can say. So yeah, so this is a failed condition. At the time you are not utilizing the both the conditions. What if I have a false condition, I have get the true condition in the second statement? So it is works out, it is works out, it is works out, it is works out. So only one information, this third information, may not be works out at the time. What if you have a null values? Let's see in this table. You have a null values for the true, it basically gives as a true, because whoever having the null value, that does not matter, because you just retrieving the information with corresponding to the different columns. And also this null values may not be useful for the false and also the null values. So let's take this example: employees IDs, last name, first name, email IDs, number, higher data. You can see we're just using or operator, or information to retrieve higher data 1998 or 1997. So whoever having the higher data in this range, or in this 1997 1998, we can take that. Either you are getting from 1997 or 1998, so that you get the information corresponding to that. Similarly, you can use with respect to and clause, so that it will also helpful. Department ID is equal to 3, and also the, or either 1997 or 1996, like that. So these are very simple. If you understood the concept with respect to the different operators, you can work out this maybe a little later. Yeah, so we'll also see the different classes we are going to be seeing, and also we can focus in the next class called as aggregation functions, such as order by, group by, having classes, and also the aggregation functions with respect to that. Thank you. Yeah, hi Arun. So in this class we can discuss in the grouping grouping operations. What are the what are the different grouping operations in the SQL? So let's go and discuss what are the different grouping operations in the SQL. So we have such as group by, order by, so that it will be very helpful at the time of grouping some of the values. So I will introduce the concept for why we are using the group by. So let's take suppose an example called you need to select some of the points, but I required only those who have some of the information to retrieve. Suppose I need information to retrieve of a class of student, those who are from different locations, and percentage of the marks percentage of the marks. So in this situation, what will happen, you require to group by the different locations they are consisting of or they are from. And also you are going to be retrieve the information with respect to the percentage of the marks which having some of the grades. You probably learn some grading system in your education system: A grade, B grade, C grade, O grade, like that, A plus, B plus also. So some of the cases it will be helpful to understand the data, to retrieve the information according to the whatever the data set you had with consisting of the class of the students. At that time, I require to group by some of the columns to understand the data. So quickly we're going to be check out how does a group by is going to be helpful, and also the order by is going to be helpful. We'll also see the differences between the both of them. What if I have group by, and what if I have the group by order by. So the basic syntax for the grouping settings to understand, to inaugurate with respect to the group by statement is this. So you can see the group by consisting of the column 1 and column 2. We are just extracting. So if I take this consideration, so we're just extracting column 1, column 2 with some aggregation function to represent the column 3, to represent the column 3. So it's a very basic syntax with corresponding to the group by, I can say. So extracting from the table name, and we are just grouping by column 1 and column 2. So what will happen eventually, we'll get all these results, but you are grouping with column 1 and column 2, column 1 and column 2. So yeah, I will also get the column. That is aggregated function. But what will happen? You are going to be get a grouping of all the required values you had with corresponding to the column one and column two. Then you will get this output corresponding to the group by information. So we'll work out this example, some simple example to understand this picture. You can see you are having ID. You're having ID along with some other column called as a fruit. So I want ID. You can say I want ID whoever having the ID with some of the column. You can say the unique values of the IDs with respect to the different fruits we had in this fruit column. So according to that, I will eventually group by my fruit name. So you can see here we have different fruits here. Something called as apple, something called as an orange, again apple, again something called as banana, again orange skin. So what if I group some by using the fruit name? So it will eventually give unique values, because what will happen, you need to group whoever having the different values, right? Whoever having the different values. But apple and orange are repeating multiple times. Apple or orange repeating multiple times at this situation of this column. If you group by, you will end up with some unique features which consist of the future fruit column what we're going to get. So yeah, you can write like this: select fruit from the sample table, group by the fruit. So then you end up with the whoever having the unique values. Similarly, you can also see how many counts we have with corresponding to the different fruits. You can play around with this by using the count of IDs. And let's play around with our favorite example called employee table. So we have employee table with the departments with the having one many to one relationship with respect to the employee and the department table. So group by. So what if I just try out this? What if I have a group by with corresponding to the employee IDs? So let's see here. Select department ID from employee table, group by department ID. If I execute this query, Whoever having the department IDs, it will collect the any unique records, you can say. So what if I use department IDs which consist of the count of the number of the employees. So let's execute this. Yeah, you can see here a department ID and head count, how many people are present with corresponding to the different departments. So I'm just calculating the count of the number of the employees who are going to be working with different department IDs, so that we eventually get the good solutions with good understanding, right? At the time you realize this department having this much of the people, like that. So let's also focus on the other query. So you can see here, select department name, number of the employee IDs, just giving as alias as a head count to represent as a new column for that for a temporary location. And we are retrieving as an employee ID. We are also giving some alias here for E. We are doing some inner join. We'll see this little later of this course, so that you will get some idea how does inner joins or joins is going to be very helpful in the SQL. And we are doing as a group by department name. So whoever having the department names with consisting of the different head counts, so it will eventually give accounting having two head count. The two different persons are using administrator, one different person, and executive three persons are there, finance six persons are there, human resource IT. So relationship between the both departments and also the, you can say, department IDs, whoever having the head counts will go easily get to understand by using the group by. Group by is a very helpful, I would say, and that we eventually retrieve all the information whatever we required at the time. Yeah, you can also see this example. This is very good example, I would say. So I'm just calculating the minimum salary, maximum salary, average salary. I need to understand whoever having the departments will get the minimum salary, maximum salary, and also the average salary. So that I will just simply write my condition to check about whoever having the minimum salary, whoever having the maximum salary, whoever having the average salary, which consisting of the each and every department, so that I will eventually easily understood somehow to get understanding of the data. And that's going to be very helpful, I would say. So in the group by, we have so different operations we are going to be coming across. So yeah, so group by, order by is also one of the good grouping mechanisms. But what will happen eventually in the order by, it will be ordered whether you need as ascending order or descending order. So if it is a alphabet, like categorical values, it will be consisting of the alphabetical order. So order by is a basic group by function or aggregating function with corresponding to different columns. But order will be as ascending or descending order. Ascending or descending order. So if you want to specify ascending or descending order, you have to specify. But by default, it will be ascending order. So you can see in this example, select distinct. Distinct is a keyword whoever having the unique records in this column, department ID, from employee table, ordered by department IDs. I'm just ordered by the department. Let's play around with this, maybe order by the department ID. So let's see how does order by is going to be very helpful in this situation. I'm selecting only the distinct departments. You can see it will came from ascending order. I think you can specify order by the descending order also. So that is also very helpful in the situation you want to be specified in the descending order. So yeah, this is very helpful. You can see order by head count, descending order. So if you want to be specified descending order, you can see all the information whoever having head counts, it will becomes descending order. So whoever having more head counts, it will come first. Whoever having the less head count, it comes in the later part of the triples, so that you will get easily understood without filtering any such cases for the next purpose of analysis. So the SQL is very beautifully retrieve the data by using the aggregation functions such as a group by and also the order by. You will easily end up with to understand more about other concepts like joinings and other concepts with respect to that, such as the ranking and also the some different joins and also the trigger mechanisms to understand in analytics we have functions to do. So this is very interesting. I would say aggregation functions are very useful with some order by also. So you can use order by and group by at a time. This is also works well if you are trying to understand with the corresponding to the different information you want to be retrieved at the time. So let's also play around with the having. So we just now see having right in the previous classes. So what will having going to be help us? So in this example, we are going to use as having class to departments with head counts are greater than 5. You can see here departments who are having the head counts are greater than 5. So having this condition, I will retrieve the data, and I'm also doing order by descending order for the it counts. So let's try out this maybe little more deeper into the analysis part. So if I click on these execute, it will give as a result to get the count of the employee ID along with the head count is alias to corresponding to the employee ID. Count of the employee ID is what we had, and will be grouped by the department name and will be descending order. Whoever having the head counts is greater than 5. So you can see all the people having the greater than 5, which having the department name called finance, purchasing, sales, and shipping. So that I will get easy information. I would say easily I will get the information so without analyzing the data with corresponding to the different kind of things. So SQL is one of the major tool to retrieve the data corresponding whatever the information you require to understand and also the taking the decision decisions corresponding to your company. And yeah, you can also use group by with the minimum and maximum average to get some of the salaries, a minimum average or maximum average kind of the salaries. This is also very helpful, and we will also get to understand how does this going to be very helpful in terms of department IDs also. So we'll see this inner join, outer join, left outer join, so we can see this little bit later. And just for understanding SQL group by is very helpful to get to into the more specificness for the grouping functions. Similarly, the multiple columns you can also operate with the group by. Currently we are using only the department ID for the existing examples what we had, but you can also use multiple different columns like such as department ID, job ID, department name, so that you will be eventually end up with so different columns to try to understand by using the group by. So you're just to group by the job title and the department name. You can see it will came the ascending order, whoever having corresponding to the A value, whoever having corresponding to the A value like that. So some of the cases it will be works out. And what will happen eventually if you use any kind of the keywords in the SQL keywords, you cannot be repetitively used for the alias. It will be throw error because you're not going to allowed to use keywords. Suppose you are going to be used as a between as a alias, so it won't accept at the time you let's also try that maybe. Yeah, so if I use instead of head count I will use between. So between is the recognitions of a keyword. If I execute this, it will throw error. So uncaught error near from syntax error, you can say. So what will happen eventually? You cannot use any keywords in the whatever the alias you want to be specified. You can use maybe the different value called a. That is fine. Exactly. At the time you can use and you can retrieve the information corresponding to that. That is very workful well. So I would say you can play around with these data sets, and this is very helpful. You can also install MySQL and try to execute these multiple different columns you want to be grouped by. So we can also see the order by how does the syntax is very helpful. So basic syntax, just now we see in the group by, but extension with the ascending or descending order. But by default it is ascending order. So let's play around. Yeah, you can also use different conditions to check and sort of the conditions. You can say sorting of your columns based on the your data sets. So this is the sample data set: employee ID, first name, last name, email, phone number. So these are all the columns you have. Just sort it out with corresponding to whatever the information you want to retrieve. So I retrieve the information corresponding to the first name. So first name consists, let's play around this. First name consists of from A to PC, right? So it will comes from A to Z, as a ascending order. If you are applicable for the descending order, comes under from J to A. So yeah, let's execute this. First name, whoever having the A values, it will become first. Whoever having, yeah, you can say whoever having the A's, it will become first. Whoever having lost Z value related thing, it will becomes later. So if I do the descending order, maybe D for that, this is a very simple syntax. D E S C. That's it. So just execute this. You will get from bottom to top corresponding to this. So similarly, you can play around with having and also the group by. This is also works better. Just now we seen it corresponding to whatever we seen in the group by class. So yeah, this is very straightforward stuff, I would say. If you understood about the group by, this is very straightforward stuff. And we can also discuss maybe some of the different operators we have, such as limit and offset. So limit is going to be very helpful whenever you want to retrieve the information with corresponding 1,000 rows or 1,000 columns. So 1,000 rows you want to be retrieve the information according to your metadata. So at the time you use limit of those 1,000 rows or 1,000 columns. So at the time you have specified the limit, it will be eventually get only the 1,000 records, not all the records. So some of the cases, what will happen, it will be hang out your system at the time you probably use SQL limit. This class is very helpful. The basic syntax for this: limit row count, how much row count you want. Offset is also one of the keyword. So one of the classes, I would say. So this both are going to be very helpful and create some offset corresponding to that. So yeah, we'll see some of the advantages with corresponding to the limit and also the offset. Limit row, it will going to determine number of the rows by using the row count returning by the query, and offset is going to be skip some of the rows before beginning of the returning the rows. So offset class is optional, I would say, whenever you omit or whenever you commit some of the query results to retrieve the information from the row count from the first row returned by the select class. And some of the cases, what will happen, limit class is going to be up to the mark of used to importance for the order by class, order the number of the rows of the resulting of the sets. So limit class is going to play around with our employee data sets. Select employee ID, first name, last name from employees, order by first name. So this is straightforward, we just now seen. So how does the limit is going to be helpful? You can see here we have information with corresponding to more than 5 columns. So I want the corresponding to only limit of 5 columns. It will eventually give and discard whoever having the top 5 values, it will be discarded. That's it. Same thing with respect to the offset. What if I use the offset? You can see limit whoever having the 5 records. Offset if it does 3, whoever having before running your limit, it will fetch the records of the 3 records. So you will going to be get whoever having the limit class. Okay, so offset consists of some of the information to retrieve, but limit is going to be helpful at the time of different records are going to be showcased. So yeah, yeah, so skipping of these three records, that's it. So you can also type with the limit 3 and offset is a 5, skipping of the 5 records, and you will get the limit of the 3. So that's how that's going to be works good. So you can play around with the group by, and yeah, you can see the limit 1 and offset 1. It will skip 1 record and you will get the only 1 record corresponding to that. So this is very basic syntax and example. Let's also see not operator and also the is null operator, and also the like is also very one of the good basic operator or basic class, you can say. So this is very helpful whenever you require to information similar kind of the information to retrieve in a column values. So we have a different column value such as a name called lion. So lion is a value corresponding to one column, suppose corresponding to a column. So I need some information with respect to lion. So at that time I will use like this value, whoever having the different values in my column. So I need to get that information. So for that I will use like L slash. So whoever having or whoever starting with L, I would like to retrieve. I would like to retrieve. So slash is going to be very helpful in this case. You can see, yeah, percentage, nothing but, yeah. So percentage is going to be very helpful. Whoever, it's going to be matched with string starts with the kin, or it is going to be matched starting with the L, like that. If you want to be specified after your word, or your kind of the keyword, then it will be matched corresponding to the other words. Similarly, you can specify at the beginning, it will be end up with the ER. Whoever having the ER in your values is going to be specified that. So percentage is going to be very helpful. Wildcard matches with zeros or one more characters, or underscore is going to be used for wildcat matches as a single record kind of the thing. So you can see some expressions like this: percentage, ch, percentage. That means whoever containing the ch keyword, or whoever containing the ch string, it will be matched, and it will be written that values, all the values. Similarly, you can see underscore we are using. So that means just matching of a string that will be starts with le firstly, then it's followed by one character, such as some examples: les, length, or kind of thing, length kind of the thing. So who are going to be matches with followed by one other character. Similarly, if you specified at the beginning, that makes sense to understand it is ending with u and y, and the precede word had the going to be one character. Suppose GUY, like a guy, kind of the word you're going to be specified, it will be encountered in your column values. Similarly, you can see percentile, IR, and underscore that contains a matching kind of the word with one character. So matching up a string and containing a R, and also the starting with one character at the beginning, so that you will eventually get. Not like also will be the use for the same. Similarly, you just want to be specified for a like, you can use the not like. It won't be get that results, it will be get different results correspond, unlike that results, you can say. So I want to retrieve only the lion information, but if I use not like, I would get, instead of lion, I would get different values. It maybe starts with a, it maybe starts with z, it maybe starts with w. So for that, I will use these values at the time I need to retrieve the data. So similar kind of the syntax for not like also. You want to be specified with corresponding to like for a given column. Whoever having the first name, it starts with DA, and I'm making the percentile value, so that you will get eventually understand how does it starts with and ends up with. So this is basic syntax, I would say. So if you understood expressions and with some meaning, so you will be directly use this kind of the expressions in your real world problems. So for that, we can also use something related to the is null. So most of the people are utilizing this is null to represent some of the values are missing data in the database. So you can see here, select null is equal to 5. So what will happen by using this statement? The null value is not even, okay, equals to itself. What will happen with corresponding to this value? So null is a special, I would say, because any comparison with a null value can never be a result, or is a true or false condition, but it's going to be logical results at the end. So let's play around with this. Null is equal to 5. What will happen? Yeah, if I execute this, so if I execute this, there is no result. Okay, there is no result with corresponding null is equal to 5. So what will happen with I will execute like this: select null is equal to null. So this is also null information. We don't have any such data here. If suppose I have a information to retrieve whoever don't have the phone numbers, so just execute this. So no one having the null values in the phone number. That's the reason we are not getting any output results here. So similarly, you can see here, phone number is null. Yeah, so some of the phone numbers are null. If suppose you can see all the null information you're going to get, and also you can see some of the phone number is not null. So whoever having the phone numbers are not null, we are going to get all the different phone numbers. So you can play around with corresponding to the information what they are providing in the database. Then you will eventually understood why we are using null. Is null is very important for to boolean operator, whether it's a whether it is going to be written as true or false conditions like that. Similarly, you can use, but primary key and foreign key may not be in all some of the cases. You have to be stick with that. Primary key and foreign key may not be in all some of the cases, not for all cases. So you have to stick with that. You have to be mentioned specifically whenever you create a table. Create a table. You have to be declare your data definition language at the time. So SQL not is also one of the very helpful operator, I would say. So this will basically helpful to understand which expression is going to be result as a not operator. So you have this data frame corresponding to the employee data. So I don't want some of the information I don't want to be used. Suppose you can see here where department ID is equal to 5 and not salary is greater than 5,000. At the time I don't require whoever having the greater than 5,000 results, it will be end up with nothing. So you can see in the output results, whoever having the salary is greater than 5,000, that means you require the less than, right? So I need a less than of the 5,000 results. You can also like write like this. So that means you can see here, this is somewhat interesting terminology in the mathematics also. So not does explanatory mark, explanatory mark, it greater than this will eventually is equal to less than, right? This will eventually is equal to less than. What if I write explanatory mark with less than, that means eventually is a greater than symbol on, right? So this is very simple to understand when we are learning some of the mathematical skills or concepts. Similarly, you can see we can use not the our department IDs are not present in these IDs. So at the time you eventually get the different IDs. And like also you can perform by using the not like we have just now seen, right? So this simple operators are you have to play around, and also the limit we have just now seen, and order by, and also the group by, something called as a grouping sets. So grouping sets, whichever we have seen in the grouping or aggregations operator. So grouping sets is going to be very helpful at the time you generated the multiple group sets. So we just now discussed only few of the group sets. So let's also play around with the multiple group sets so that we'll get some idea. So yeah, we just create some basic inventory kind of the table, and also retrieving some of the information and inserting some of the values. So yeah, you can see here, this is a table we had: warehouse, product, model, quantity. So you want to be grouping the sets by using the group by, so that we'll get some idea what how to retrieve the information with corresponding the grouping sets. So I need to get information with respect to the warehouse and also the product, what it will going to return, the number of the stocks keeping in the units stored in the inventory by the warehouse, and also the product. So you can see the this group by the warehouse, whoever having San Francisco, San Jose, and also the San Francisco with corresponding the product and also the quality results. So I'm just summing up the quality at the beginning only, so that I will get eventually the quality price. So this eventually will work. We already seen this, but just for understanding and also the information to get some ideas with respect to the grouping sets, this is very helpful information, I would say. So you can write this much of the BigQuery to understand, so that you will also use the union all we already seen that. In the next class we are going to be seeing different concepts such as a rank and joining tables and some inner joins, and also the views and triggers. So this is much interesting ideas in the overall MySQL, I would say. Thank you. Yeah, hi. So in this video, we are going to be discuss something interesting concept with respect to the SQL is joins. So the joins are very important whenever you are working with two different tables or three different tables, so that you will encounter the joins going to be happen with respect to the two different tables by using the keys. So let me introduce this concept, why we are using the joins firstly, and what are the advantages to using the joins with respect to the any two tables. So you require to attach or require to get the information from the T1 or table 1 and also the table 2. You had a key with the corresponding some ID maybe in the table 1, the table 2. So yeah, this same IDs. Okay, I mean whatever the unique IDs we had corresponding, this is called as primary keys. We can also call it as primary keys. We already learned these concepts, right? Primary keys. So primary keys is going to be help to join. So we have different joins. One is, let me take this diagram. Yeah. So we have different joins. So one is inner join, and another is, this is the inner join. This is the inner join, and another is outer join or full join, even also called as, and something left join and right joins. So what will happen in the inner join? So in the inner join, if you're already aware of the some of the union sets in your 11th and 12th grade, this is very straightforward. If you take this as a Venn diagrams, what will happen with respect to the A and B sets? So whoever the points are belongs to A table and whoever the points belongs to the B table, those are common area. So this common area is the values is going to be get from the inner join. So I need only the few information with respect to the IDs will be matched. So I will take the consideration. Remaining, I won't take, or I will ignore those values. At the time, I will use the inner join. That is very helpful. Whenever you require only for the intercalated with respect to the different data points you have in the A and B tables. Similarly, in the outer join or full join, we may also call it as whatever the information with respect to the T1 and also the T2 table consist of, it will be completely joined by using the keys. So you will get all information without discarding. You will get all the information without discarding in this join. So this is very helpful at the time you are going to be encounter with corresponding in the inner join or the full outer join, we can also call it as. So this time is very helpful. And something called as a left join. So eventually what will happen is left join, whoever having the information in the table 1 and whoever having the information in the table 2 will go and check that first. Okay, we'll go and check that first. So ID1 consists of 143 and ID in the table T2. This is the coming from table T1. This is coming from table T2. So whoever having the same kind of the information, the ID is going to be matched. It will be retrieve the data. First point, it will retrieve the data. First point. Second, whoever having the values in the left side, it will be get. So you can see in this Venn diagram, you will able to understand. This is something looks like A minus B. A minus B. That means you will get only A. Only if you even aware of some of the sets, set A minus set B, you will eventually get as set A. So whatever common information you will be get and what exactly the different information from the A you're going to be get, and you can discard the B table. This portion you can discard this portion. So this portion you cannot find anywhere with corresponding the different values we had. Again, in the right join also will be the same thing. It's going to be looks like as B minus A. So where you will get as B from the sets perspective, I can say. So the B values consist of some of the common elements with regarding them, all the B values. And one more disadvantage in the left and right join is you will encounter null values. For you will encounter null. Suppose I have a data set which consists of different count. Suppose I have a count with the table 1 is 405. Let's take, I have a count of 405 and table T consists of 300 only. The count of the records or count of the rows. So at the time you join with the left join, what will happen eventually? It will create the left join with 405 values. With 405 values, which is the left join. But in the right join, what will happen eventually? It will create 300 and the remaining all part discarded. At the time of joining the left join, it will create null values if you don't have the values corresponding to that. In the right join also, if you don't have the values corresponding to the 105 values, it will create the null values for that if you don't have the values. So corresponding to this type of example, you will get null values in the right join. You will get right values in the right join. So this is one of the disadvantages whenever you want to join any kind of left join. That doesn't matter, return all the records from the left table and match the records also from the right table. That's it. So if you are understood about this enough, we will go ahead and check out the tutorial point what we are going to check in the SQL org. So yeah, and another one interesting operator is alias. We already learned the alias. We're going to be renaming some of the column names with corresponding as a temporary variable. So the alias we can use the keyword is as. We'll give it as a name for the alias name for that matter. The alias name is very helpful whenever you want to retrieve the information with corresponding to the particular column. So you can see here we have a select query with invoice number has invoice. So the column name is not at all satisfied with the end user, or it's not understandable. At the time we use to rename this column as a temporary storage so that eventually we'll get some idea to retrieve the data information. And also yeah, some calculations also you can perform with respect to the alias. This is very helpful. At the time some common mistakes you can also perform like this. At the time if it did like this, in the where class you can do, but what will happen in the unknown column, new salary is unknown column, right? Because this is a temporary storage, this is not present at all, so at the time you cannot use this one. So yeah, you can use, maybe probably you want to be used in the where class as a where class. At the time you can use by using the order. This will work out at the time. So some of the advantage and disadvantage with the alias, this is we already seen, but I'm just saying some sample example and where it's going to be failed much of results. And also the joints, inner joints, outer join, left outer join, and the right join, cross join. We can see that maybe. So inner join, in the inner join, whatever the useful information you can see here, we have a able table A and table B, which consists of several records. What will happen at the end? So you have 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4 in A. This is A, this is B. So let me take this diagram. So this is A, this is B. What will happen eventually? You have only the 3 4 as a common points here, right? All remaining are the different points. So if you take that consideration in the inner join, it will be having only the, this is the table A, this is the table B. Only the 3 4 will going to be came into the picture as output. It will return only the 3 4 results at the time you are going to be joined with the inner join. Some of the values are not matching here, so that we can discard them values. So the basic syntax is like this: select A from the table and inner join with B. Okay, inner join with B. You have to read it English, much easier to understand. So I'm joining with, on is a keyword in the SQL. So whenever you're joining with B is equal to A. Okay, so that means on the B in table B, A from the column A and table A. Then you can showcase. Yeah, you can see here. This is very straightforward. So you want to be joined corresponding to the some records from table A and table B. You can also join from the table C also. So I'm just joining with table A. Okay, so let me introduce this concept. I'm joining from A inner join with B. So this is fine. This is fine with you. So what will happen? If you join, you will get some results. Let's store this result as a temporary storage for that matter. Temporary storage for that matter. Or it will, you can also see inner join will be joined into A, obviously. So what will happen eventually? We are joining with that inner joining in C. Okay, inner joining with C. You can also see we are joining on top of some variable. N is a variable. N is a variable in A and B and C also. So with these, all the n's are present. We are joining with corresponding to that. Similarly, we can also go with some kind of the examples like employee data sets. We already seen so many examples with corresponding to this. So let's play around with these data sets. Yeah, let's try it out so that we'll get some idea how to inner join is going to be very helpful. Yeah, in this you can see the interpretation is open with corresponding the selecting of your department ID and the department name, and also and you can say that I will going to be extract the department ID in 1 comma 2 comma 3. If I execute this, I will to get whoever having the department's ID is 1.23, right? So at that time I need to join with some other table. What will happen with corresponding to that? So let's see. Yeah, this query very helpful. You can see here we are selecting first name and last name and the employee name and also the department IDs, department names with some other table called departments and employees. So I'm joining with employees inner join with departments and department ID, employee department IDs. So where the employees and department IDs in this area or 1, 2, 3 kind of the thing. So it will be joining with department ID, obviously. So if I execute, you will get first name results with corresponding to the department IDs having this range. So this is very straightforward. If you understood the concept in terms of this graphical way of analysis, this is very straightforward to do it in the Excel. Similarly, you can see in the left chart some of the disadvantages we can also showcase you. So only the few of the rows we're going to be returned in the will going to be returned in the A table A. So you can 1, 2, 3, 4 are different columns, 3, 4, 5, 6 are different columns. A left joint B. So what will happen with corresponding to the 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be you're going to be get the results in the left joint whenever joining with some other tables. Yeah, this is a very basic syntax. I could say select a dot n from a left join. I'm just joining with B table on this column. N is a column. So what will happen? SQL left join within the two tables, some example, countries example, and also the location of the table. We're going to be joined corresponding to the, I think, country ID. Yeah, country ID is a common point for the both the things. So let's do that. So country ID I'm just taking from the countries table. Country ID is in the US and you can see here. So let's join with that together. Yeah, you can see here. Here we are joining. Select start with all the different columns you're going to be used from the countries table. I'm giving also alias as a C to join with country ID. So locations table we are just giving as a alias as L dot country ID is equal to C dot country ID, where you are going to be getting all the results in terms of US, UK, and you can also see null values are appearing because some of the records, some of the rows are not present in some of the cases. At the time, it will be thrown as a null values. So this is one of the disadvantages. You will be end up with the null values while joining with the left join and also the right join. Rows may not be matched some of the cases. At the time, the rows will be less when compared to the other table. At the time, you will create as a null values. You can apply the left join or the mismatching some of the rows between the tables. So yeah, this is one of, yeah, you can also do with is null, which is going to be null. It may not be null while tuning that. So at the time you will be familiar with how to hire with to get the null values in the location ID. Similarly, you can work with the full outer join. So full outer join is also very straightforward. Once you get all the data from the A and B, this will be enhance your result. You will end up with all the data without any null values even. If the data itself is a null, that does not matter. But while doing the joining, you cannot get the null values for this. This is straightforward, I would say. And similarly, the cross join also the will be the same. It will be works out with whatever the information we had retrieved in the matrix multiplication. It's a just a you can say some of the cross join. You can see here we have table A, we have table B. Select star from A cross join B. You already know matrix multiplication. If you are aware of the matrix multiplication, A cross B, how does that going to be works out? One cross X first, one cross Y, one cross Z, two cross X, two cross Y, two cross Z, three cross X, three cross Y, three cross Z, like that. So it will end up with connecting with all the other different values we had with using the cross join. Cross join is very helpful at the time you require to joining with the two tables in multi-dimensional vector. So creating the table, sales organization, There's organization ID and organization. We had some table sales channel. We have channel ID. I think channel ID and also the channel. So let's operate the cross join on top of these two. Yeah, so you can see here we are just cross joining on top of these two, sales organization table with sales channel table. I'm just cross checking with respect to the domestic wholesale, export wholesale, domestic wholesale, retail, e-commerce, TV shops, like that. We are going to cross joining. So based on the data set, based on the requirement, you can directly perform this cross join. That is very helpful. I would also suggest to go through the cross join documentation. This is much more easy way to understand. If you are not understood some matrix multiplication, this is very straightforward, I would say. And we can also discuss in the next classes how does that going to be helpful with corresponding to rank and dense and row number and percentile rank, different rank functions also. So we'll discuss in the upcoming classes. Thank you. Yeah, hi. So in this class, we are going to discuss with respect to the rank and dense rank and some of the different functions we had in the SQL. So let's also walk through the rank and dense rank and also the row number. Then we can move on to the views and the triggers concepts. So the rank it does whenever you suppose you have any exam in your 11th or 12th grades, or maybe in the gate exam or the overall national wide exam, you required a rank, right? You required a rank corresponding to your percentage or corresponding to your marks. So at the time, what will happen? You will get a rank one, rank two, rank three, rank four, like that, by using your percentage. Suppose you're getting some percentage around 99.6, and for the second rank 99.2, 98.1. So this will be matters at the time. This will be matter. You will also get encountered to understand how does the rank is going to be splitted by using the percentile value. It is very minor kind of the difference, very minor kind of the difference to get the rank, some of the ranks, right? So eventually in the SQL also, we require to get some of the ranks corresponding to the different columns you required. Suppose I required a rank to get by using some column. At the time, I will specify rank. Will specify rank. So let's go and check out what are the documentation tells us and how does the syntaxes will be helpful in this way. So I have some data set. I'm just creating some data set with corresponding as a car. I'm also storing some values here with regarding the different cars. We had Toyota, Honda, Mercedes, and also the Toyota Suzuki. So this is all the different cars. So what will happen? The rank function does it going to be retrieve the ranked rows based on the condition whatever you given in the ordered by class. So what is going to be find some of the cars of the names with the third highest power, you can say. At the time you use the rank function. So let's see the syntax. Select name, company, power. So power is some kind of, you can say, some kind of integer nature. So power I'm doing as order by descending. So for that I'm just overriding. You can this is syntax for the rank over order by power descending order as power rank. I'm just giving as a alias as a power char. So you can see here that the retrieving information corresponding to this database or this car details, you're going to be get like this. You can see here we are just described on the, you can say we are just descending order with the power, only the power. So whoever having the power with corresponding to the same values, it will be eventually give as the same rank. It will be eventually given as the same rank. So you probably learn so many people got around first rank, so many people got around second rank and third rank and also the fourth rank, like that in your national wide exams. So eventually who got the same ranks, we're going to be stick together to get more number of the ranks in the same format. At the time you utilize some of the ranks to get into the colleges maybe. So here also the same information you can see. We are just skipping, you can see first the first. We are just showcasing as this is also second, but we are just skipping the increment. But the next rank we are going to be showcased as a three. Next one is going to be showcased as a three, not two, not two. So it's somehow incrementing, somehow incrementing. If suppose you have a n rank, it's incrementing to the n plus one, but it's not showcasing here. It can only get in minus one rank at the time. What will happen with corresponding to the 5000 again and again? You can see the rank still the same. It will be counted 4, 5, 6. Next will be the 7, like that. So this is some of the disadvantages with the rank system, where the columns are going to be automated, or columns are going to be descending order. While doing this, corresponding the rank, it will be tie up. Okay, it will be given as n previous record with corresponding to that, and the skipping all the n minus one position before the incrementing of your data sets. So this will be some of the disadvantages with the rank function we had. So let's also go and discuss how does the dense rank is going to be helpful. Yeah, in the partitions also we can do this. So this is a very basic simple syntax, I would say, in the rank function. So we are selecting names and company and also the power. This is fine. And what will happen eventually? What will happen eventually in the rank function? Rank over partitioned by, okay, partitioning by company and also the power. So I'm just partitioning, right? Dividing your data sets into the two parts. One is company and also the power. Company will having some alphabets. If you see this, company having the alphabet. So it is a categorical data, obviously, from A to Z, A to Z. So this way you have to calculate the power. Obviously, you will end up with the descending order. With the descending order. So by using this mechanism, we had to retrieve the rank. We had to retrieve the rank. So let's see how does that going to be looks like, the retrieving of the language corresponding to the power and also the company. So you can see here we have BMW. B is W, right? B is first letter before A. We don't have any A here. You can say we don't have any A. BMW. Secondly, you can see Bugatti. Bugatti. So obviously, first letter we have to check firstly. Secondly, we have to check second letter, third letter. If this is going to be matches together in the second letter also. So it's matching first letter. This is fine. But second letter, M is come first when compared to U, right? So at that time, we are going to be handled with BMW with power. This is the rank one. Secondly, you're going to be retrieve this information in the second row and try to debug this. Bugatti, the power value. So power value, it may not be matter because you already checked at the first condition. It will be matter and comes under the same results, whatever we discussed in the rank. So rank. So let's go and jump onto the dense rank. So this is very straightforward, I would say. Dense rank is a similar kind of the rank function what we does, but it may not be skip. It does not skip the rank function. So whatever we discussed, if it is going to be tie up between the ranks, processing some of the ranks. So let's take a look on the syntax. This is very straightforward, I would say. If you understood the rank statement, how does that going to be helpful? The selecting the name, company, and also the power. You can see the rank over, rank on, or rank over, partitioning between the company and also the power is in the order by. Obviously, order by is going to be helpful for the descending order. So let's check how does it going to be end up with without skipping of your data ranking. So you will get this value. Okay, you will get eventually this value. What will happen? Company with corresponding the power. You can see here BMW and also the Bugatti. And the next letter, it is skipping. You can see here. It may not be skipping. The power, the rank is one. At the time we have seen the rank function, it will be skip this rank. This is a second rank, but it's showcasing as a one, but it's skipping as a three for the next letter, right? So it is not skipping. All the rank are sequentially will come. All the ranks are sequentially will come. So that is a basic difference between the rank and dense rank. So in the dense rank, you cannot be get that much of duplicating kind of the thing. So yeah, so I mean, whatever the tie-up results we had, it will be comes sequentially. Next rank will not be skipped at the time of assigning the second and third ranks. So what if I use the dense rank by while doing the some of the partitioning over, right? So we just use the partitioning over. We can also use the dense rank so that we'll get some idea how does that will be helpful. And also the row number. A row number is going to be very helpful if suppose you require a row. Okay, so suppose you require a row, your data set. Sequence number you can also call it as for that matter. So sequence number you required 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this for each and every row number. This is nothing but a row number, right? These are all the rows you required a rows. For that you can use the row number. This is very straightforward once you know the sequence number. The row number function will assign the values 1 and 2 those without taking any fact that they are going to be equal into the account. So such cases and such going to be help us in the row number. So if you go and see this syntax, this is very straightforward, whatever we learned in the rank. So instead of rank, we are just showcasing as a row number over order by power descending. That's it. So whoever having the power, it comes under with the unique kind of the recordness. You can see the power is a descending order. That does not matter with corresponding to the row number. This is a row number one, this is a row number two, this is a row number three, this is a row number four, like that, up to row number, row number, row number. So this must be unique, must be unique at the time you decided to write row number, decided to write the row number. So yeah, eventually what will happen, row number will be used to get some information retrieval. Row number is equal to 13, suppose, where I will write something called as row number is equal to 13. So in this places we are going to be use this function. Okay, so at the time it will be more integrated collision. And we can also see similarities between some of the rank, the dense, and also the row number. So this is some of the you can say the functionalities and also the similar kind of the things. So all of them are required in the order clause, obviously, and all of them return the increasing integer with the base one, right? So whenever you want to be return any kind of thing, you have to increase the base number at the time. And also when combined with the partition clause, all the functions is going to be reset and written in the integer value as one. We already seen that, right? So if there is no duplication of the values in the columns are going to be used order by the class. So duplications is going to be helpful. It may not be helpful in the order by class. This function is going to be return the same output at the time. So let's see how does that going to be returned with the different functionalities we had in the equal with respect to the rank. So yeah, this is up to the data frame, and these are all the functionalities we had seen right just now. So rank will going to be helpful whenever you require some kind of the rank information, and this is also dense will be the same, and the power also the same. And what if you're going to be get the difference between both these three? So see here, this is a basic difference between these all three. So eventually, what will happen? You are descending order with company and also the power, right? So eventually for the rank, it's going to be incrementing with respect to whoever having the second rank. This is some disadvantage with the n minus one completion. In the dense, it may not be do n minus one. It may not be increment or it may not be accepted to the next corresponding the value. It will be somehow the sequence kind of thing. Similarly, the row number, it's order, pair, you can say some serial number kind of thing. For each and every row having a must unique number. So this is some basic functionalities we're going to be used some of the cases with regarding the order by class. This somehow, even though duplicate records also column you use it for the row number, and some cases don't need to record the duplicate values for incremental perspective, I can say. Then we can also move on to views. So views will going to be very helpful in the SQL. So what will happen and why we are using the views? I will just brief about the views and what exactly the views is. Views is nothing but virtual tables. Views is nothing but a virtual tables. So we are storing so much information in your table, and why we are using a views concepts here. I'm also declaring something called as a virtual table. What exactly it means? So virtual table does whoever want, or which values or which columns you required, or which columns or which values you're going to be required, you can be end up with that. You can end up with that. You can retrieve from using the metadata or the table. So what is the advantage to get rid from the views is to store your queries, to store your queries. So what will happen to store your queries? Metadata may not be helpful after completion of your debugging or the execution completion in your MySQL side or any side. So at that time, virtual tables such as views is going to be very helpful to store your queries, to store your queries. So let's see how does the advantages and what is the basic syntaxes to create the views by using the SQL. So yeah, the basic theoretical part you will also read about the views is going to be very helpful, like a virtual kind of the tables, and we're going to be exhibiting some of the queries to store in the RDMS. It's going to be very helpful defining the query and creating the virtual or views. So yeah, you can create a creative views like this. Create a view name, use given the specific view name, and also the given as alias for that matter, select, and also the statement with corresponding to the table name. Yeah, let's see how does that going to be very helpful. Yeah, so here you can see creating a view with corresponding the contact, employee contacts has select first name, last name, email, and phone number, department name from employee table. Okay, so from employee table, we are just creating a view to select all these columns, so only preferable columns would say, and department IDs inner joining with departments ID, and ordered by first name, so that we will eventually get as a view with corresponding to these columns and some conditions we are just encountering with the order by. And also you can see here we are just retrieving the information as the same as the column names what we had. You can also modify some of the columns with respect to that. That is also very helpful to you creating the results at the end. And you can also see select star from employee contacts. This is the overall table we had, raw table you can say. So you can apply some of the filters on top of it, like minimum or maximum or average kind of the thing, and also the like statement we are going to perform, and also the group statement for a job. So you will eventually get these kind of the results after completion of your metadata applying the filters. So what will happen to modify SQL views? If you want, we already see how to define your tables and how to modify your tables, and also you can see transaction control tables. We have seen so many different languages, right? So at the time you realize why we don't we apply for the views, we can also apply for the some of the cases, modify a view, editing a view, or anything you want to be add the columns or anything you want to be specified. Create or replace a view, this is basic syntax to replace or the modify the view. So given some alias or some given view name corresponding to the first name and last name, and also the job department, some of the columns you're going to be retrieved. So I'm just selecting, obviously has selecting some of the columns, first name, last name, job title, department name, and the salary, with joining with job IDs. And also I'm joining with department IDs, so that I will get the eventually three different kind of the tables to get rid from these values. So yeah, this is very helpful. You can see the payroll. If you print the payroll, you will get all different values with corresponding department and also the salary. So removing or dropping, this is also straightforward. So drop view corresponding to view name. That's it. So you can drop those views and you will get the eventually views. So these are the simple basic try to understand the views, why we are doing the views, and what are the different functionalities we have in the views, how to create it, how to drop it, and what are the different basic analysis we have done in the tables file. We can also analyze in the views file. So this is very eventually useful, I would say, in the practical oriented knowledge or practical oriented industry. We are creating more number of the views. And also the Power BI is going to be very helpful after completion of your views. Power BI, we are going to be retrieve all the views, whatever you written or whatever you have done in the past queries, they will going to return to some of the visualization in the Power BI side. Yeah, I hope you understood. So let's wrap up this class, and the next class we can discuss the other topics. Thank you. Yeah, hi all. In this class, we are going to be learn something related to the views. We already learned the views, and we can also learn maybe the triggers and subqueries, so that you will get some idea how does that going to be helpful in the SQL. So let's jump on to the triggers. Whatever the SQL tutorial we are going to be provided with some of the examples. So triggers is basically tells about whenever you require to trigger that query, okay, the event or specific event is going to be occurred in the table in the database. Suppose I have a trigger, like suppose I have a trigger, I need to run a query, okay, I need to run a query, I need to run a query. At the time I realized it will be happen only for month or monthly frequency, you can say. In the time it will be open happen for the monthly frequency, monthly only if the query going to be run. So what I need to do, I will trigger at the month end date, at the month end date. So this basically tells about once you end up with your month, once you end up with your month, end of the month, you can say last date of the month, you had to be triggered that query, you had to be triggered that query automatically. So without any manual interpretation with corresponding to the human beings, it will trigger automatically. Further, we use the triggers. Further, we use the triggers. So this is very simple to understand if you are aware about how does the triggers or how does the monthly kind of the sequence or daily kind of the sequence, the piece of the code you want to be run automatically to get the some response. So trigger is always is going to be associated with a particular table. Okay, the table, if suppose the table is deleted, what will happen if associated with the triggers, the automatically going to be deleted, right? Automatically going to be deleted. Suppose I don't require to use this kind of the trigger, at that time the tables will also going to be deleted, the trigger is going to be deleted at the time, vice versa. And you can see the whenever you use some of the issue in some sort of the issue, you will also encounter to invoke either before or after some of the following events. Let's take this example called insert. When you are when a new join is insert, or when a new row is insert at the time in your table, what will happen, the trigger may be revoke or invoke some of the cases. And update is also when an existing row is going to be updated the some of the cases, and delete also when a row is going to be deleted some of the cases. The RDMS is going to be invoke some of the cases are in encapsulated with corresponding to the data what we are going to show. So at the time of situation, you have to handle over to get rid from the another trigger. So we can back up some of the triggers, that is also very helpful. You can say on the other hand, we can also maybe possible to delete some of the rows don't involve in the associate triggers. The trigger table are truncating some of the tables information without any concatenated with respect to the existing table we are going to get. Yeah, this is a very basic syntax for the trigger creation in the statement or the syntax. So creating the trigger is very straightforward. Create trigger name before or after an event. Event is nothing but whatever the event you want to be specified. Just now we discussed some monthly frequency, right? So you can specify with respect to that. That is very basic of idea. Table name with corresponding to the trigger type, beginning and end. You can write the logic with corresponding to the trigger logic you want to specify. Yeah, let's suppose you are to be working with some trigger. Okay, so you want to be use that either before or you can say after some of the information of the logic you provided with the trigger. Then you can specify the name of the table to which trigger it's going to be bind or it's going to be get that information. And you will also get specifying some of the type of the trigger that going to be used either for each row or each for each statement at the time you're going to be discussed in this block. So create trigger name which happened the before event or after event on the table name, the trigger type you want to be specified some of the trigger types. Then execute your stored procedure name. Then it's going to be works out with whenever you require to end up with your trigger timing. So we have some of the different triggers. We have row level trigger or statement level triggers. Let's go and understand. We had two different types of these triggers, right? So row level trigger is going to be basically executing the each time a row is affected by the updated statement. Suppose I am going to be updated the statements, okay, that going to be affected for 10 rows or 100 rows. The row level of the trigger would be executed the 10 times at the time of situation you just updated. The 10 rows going to be affected. Each time the row is going to be updated statement, it may not be affected some of the cases. So the row level is triggered is not executed, not you can say not at all executing in some of the cases. Different from statement level trigger is once you once regardless how many times the rows are going to be updated the statement, so update statement did not affect any rows. That is a basic difference. The trigger is going to be executed slightly. So yeah, usage, I would say we have so many usages for the trigger usages. You would say you can use multiple emails, you can say salaries, kind of the things. Eventually, at the end of the day, you require to get salary, and some of the cases, automated emails going to be forward for the client users at the month of the you can say subscription kind of the thing or premium account kind of the thing. They are using triggers only at the time. They are, if they are using the SQL database, they are using the triggers only in this case. Similarly, you can create the update triggers or insert triggers in the separate tables. That is also enforce your integrated data and scenario based scenario kind of the triggers is going to be validated before or after event. So let's play around with the example. We are already seen the employees example, employee ID, first name, last name, and also the email and phone number, hire data, and job ID. So let's play around with this. Suppose we want to change our values, okay, so we want to change some of the values in the salary column, okay, we have salary column, just want to change. So for that we just going to be create the new table storing the changes corresponding to that and use a trigger to insert the changes into the table. So let's look onto that. What are the salary changes we have to make? So I'm just creating the new one. Salary changes, create a table, salary changes, employee, integer data type, changed at date time, default current timestamp. This means this is going to be very helpful. Default timestamps is going to be very helpful whenever you are working with current timestamp. So I'm current timestamps. Suppose 1st of August 2022. At this time, it's going to be allocated a time into the changed at. Okay, changed at this time period. Then old salary, the data type with consisting of the decimal, and also the new salary consisting of the decimal. So I have changed my salary from old salary to new salary. Okay, with this timestamp. So what if the primary key, the employer and also the change in date? This is the primary case, right? Obviously. So let's see how does that going to be helpful. So you just changed the salary, and the table locks is going to be stored with your old and also the new salary corresponding to whatever the current timestamps you're going to be follow with. What if the change date column uses the current timestamp by defaultly to log the time whenever the change is going to be occur, right? So let's see how does the trigger going to be helpful before the updating the salary. So before updating the salary, I'm just creating the before updating the salary as a trigger before update on employees. So this is a table name. Okay, this is a table name for each row. Okay, so for each row, begin with new dot. You can see the new dot salary not equal to. This is nothing but a not equal to old dot salary then. So I'm testing some alias to understand so that we'll also see how does it going to be very helpful. So insert into the salary changes, employee ID, old salary, new salary like that, and values corresponding to the employee ID, new salary, and salary. New salary and values are going to be inserted. I'm just declaring the if condition. So if is basically tells about if this going to be not equal, then it will be entered into this inserting values. If it is going to be equal, it may not be works out. Enter into these values. So basically, what exactly we have to do? We have to update the salary corresponding to the old salary, whatever he needs. So for that, we are just creating a trigger, right? So what will happen? What will happen if suppose this cell is going to be run? The new salary is different from the old salary. What will happen in the trigger time before updating the salary trigger time? We will use the old and new the column concepts, right? So how does that going to be helpful let's go and check out that how does that going to be helpful and check some of the current salary. What exactly is current salary is? Current salary is 8,200. What if the salary is going to be raised by 5% of the chance? Okay, so I will just add that 5%. Okay, I will just add that 5% to get the new salary. So he will going to be get 8,610, right? So previous salary is 8,200. The updated salary is 8,600. Then modify your triggers. Then modify your triggers. So what will happen eventually to do any kind of the changes in the trigger itself? Create or replace trigger. Create or replace trigger. This is a very basic keyword. Trigger name, before event or after event, on table type or trigger type, you can say. Begin and end date, trigger logics. So if you want to delete the triggers, you can directly use the syntax delete or drop. Okay, so drop is going to be very helpful for the trigger if it's only going to be existing or not. First you have to check that. If it does not exist, it may not be also, it will return as a false result at the end. Similarly, the trigger if it's going to be exit before updating that, just delete that. That's it. So this is very simple to understand. Once you understood the logic, why we are doing as a trigger and what are the requirement frequency we are going to be updating the salary or not. So by using the current timestamps, how does that going to be helpful? Let's also discuss more into the other concept called as subquery. So we have seen queries to write, right? Queries to write we have seen in the SQL. So what is the basic difference between the queries and subqueries? Let's try to understand firstly. This is not a operations or not a concept, you would say. This is just a understanding perspective with respect to the in the SQL. Subqueries or nested queries, we can also call it as subqueries or nested queries. Nested. Okay, so let's try to understood the queries we just now seen by using the select, where, update, delete, or alter, like that. So some of the queries we have written only in one line of the code or one line of the queries. What if I going to be write multiple queries with 3 to 4 lines, 3 to 4 lines? So at that time, I will fetch query inside the query. Q1 is inside Q2. Similarly, Q1 is inside Q2, Q2 inside Q3, like this. So this we can call, or this is going to be called as nested queries. Query in the query itself, query within the query itself, query within the query itself. So what exactly the query within the query itself, and what is the differentiate between the queries and query subqueries or nested queries? It will fetch very fastly. I mean, this is also going to be fastly, but somewhat slowerness when compared to the subqueries. So what exactly the subquery is going to be helpful? It will execute this inner queries. Okay, it will execute on top of that inner query. It will execute the outer query. That's how it's going to be works with. Let's check about some of the basic syntaxes. How does that going to be works by using this example? Employees, departments. We have already seen this so many times. Many to one relationship with corresponding to the two tables. You can see I have a query. This is simple query, right? This is very simple or basic level of the query. Select start from the department where location ID is equal to this percent. Then you can see we are just using the word class to understand department ID is belongs to this 1, 3, 8, and 10, and first name and the last name are using the order by. What if I will be use this query? So let me try to explain this. Firstly, let me try to explain this. How does this going to be very helpful to do any kind of the analysis? You can see we have a query here. Let me take a different color. Yeah, we have a query here until now, until this. We have another query here. If you observe carefully. So this is one query, this is another query, right? So what will happen? You can say this is a query one Q1 and this is query two Q2. So Q1 inside Q2, right? Q1 inside Q2. So for that, Q2 will going to be execute first. Okay, Q2 will going to be execute first, and Q1 is going to be execute the next. Q2 is going to be execute first. Q1 is going to be execute next. So what will happen in the Q2? Let's try to understand first. Let's try to understand first. So select department ID. Okay, I need to fetch the department ID. That is fine. I need to get this column by using which table? Departments table. Departments table. This is fine. This is I understood. What exactly the next location ID is 1700. Whoever having the location ID, I will get the department at 1, 2, 3, 4. Like some, let's take some example. So I got this information. What I am going to do? Order by. You can see this. You can see the brackets, the flower, or you can say the circular brackets are ending on this one. So wherever it's ended, this will completed. I mean, this sub query is completed. Q2 is completed, right? So we don't want to touch. This is a Q1 result. Okay, this is a Q1 query, not Q2 query. So what will happen? You are going to be fetch the information whoever having the 1700 location ID, right? So I got some information corresponding to that. I will store this information into temporary location. Temporary location. It may not be visible to you. It may not be visible to you while getting the output results. So further, the Q1 query until this, the Q1 query until this, okay, this is a Q1 query. What will happen in the Q1 query? Let's also understood by using this. Select employee ID, first name, last name. I have employee ID and first name and also the last name. This is fine. I need to get this information first of all, right? So from the employees tables, what I am doing, this is just a basic employee table, right? This is basic employee table. What I am doing, whoever having the department ID in, whoever having the department ID in. So whoever having the I'm just retrieving the department IDs here, right? Whoever having the department IDs 1, 2, 3, 4, these information or these kind of the rows only I need to fetch the employee table, need to fetch in the Q1. Okay, so this information will come like suppose the department one having the employee ID also some 100, 200, 300, 400, like that. Along with first name, last name, like A, C, Don, Jack, Sam, like there's some different values you're going to be getting there, right? So this is the way, and we are also doing some order by with corresponding the first name and also last name. So what eventually happened alphabetically, it will be separated by using A to Z, and numerically it's going to be separated with corresponding to the ascending order or descending order. So this is a basic idea, I would say, while doing with the nested queries corresponding to the Q1 comma Q2. This is very basic level of understanding of the foundation skills while computing your queries internally. So the temporary locations may not be used. I mean, may not be visible to you at the time you are going to be executing. Whatever the information you are considering from the department ID, you just retrieving the whoever having the employee ID and the first name and last name. You have to be specifically mentioned, right? Already, you have to be specifically mentioned here itself. Employee ID and first name, last name you retrieve. So further you will get easily that data sets. You can also play around with the other others. So let's also check some other data sets with consistent the different comparisons operators we had. So equals to, greater than, less than or equal to, not equal to. We have already seen this. Let's play around with corresponding the nested queries where we're going to get the details. And we can also use maybe probably exist or not exist the operator. These are very simple. The subquery not exist or exist subquery, how does it going to be helpful? If suppose this value let me take this guy, this query and try to explain to you. So what will happen eventually by using the exist? Okay, so we just now seen department id which consisting some of the values 1 2 3 kind of thing, right? If suppose department id does not select by using the location id, right? By using the location id is equal to 1700. If this value is not present at all to corresponding to the department id, it may not be exist any value, right? It may not be exist any value for that. So at the time it going to be specifically telling that if it's going to be exist any value, if it's going to be exist any value, then the q1 is going to be helpful, because it depends. If you understood logically, q1 is depend on q2, right? Q1 is depend on q2 obviously. What will happen, q2 does not give the return results, q1 may not be works out at the time. Q1 may not be works out at the time. At the time it's going to be given as an error maybe, or it may be given as a no results found, like that. Not an error warning maybe, no results found, no output. You can say no output. You will end up with nothing. You will end up with nothing at the time. So this will go with sanity kind of the check. Okay, this is going to be get some sanity check to get some of the information with the existings or not existing. How does that going to be works out? If it is going to be exist, what are the different informations you are going to be get rid from that? Similarly, you can use all operator. All is going to be very helpful with corresponding to different query. If the all are satisfied, then only it's going to give the information. You can also use any is also very helpful at that. Yeah, you can use any is also helpful for the subquery. Whoever having the information with corresponding to any of the values. Okay, any of the values with consisting of the set of the values in the nested query, you can use that. As and from classes, this is very basic simple. We are already learned so much of the information with corresponding to the different classes and different subqueries. And we have done so much of sanity checking with corresponding to the select, where, how, and also the existings and in on, and also the as results. So probably we can also learn maybe the storage procedures. So storage procedures is nothing but if suppose I have a SQL code that you want to be saved. Okay, so storage processor is going to be basically tells about you have some SQL code that you have to be reused over and over again. Okay, so you have a SQL code. I need to store it. Okay, I need to store it. I don't want to write this SQL query again and again, or SQL code again and again. So I need to reuse this, just for simplicity to understand. That's it. So I need to reuse this. I don't want to write it again and again. Reuse over and again. So what will eventually the storage processor is going to be helpful in this case? Storage processor. It will save that code, and it will save that code whenever you require, or whenever you write, or when you're going to be execute, it will execute that code. Simple thing, simple thing. Once you understand the procedure and how to do that, this is very straightforward stuff. Let's go and understand the page of the w3schools.com. This is very much popular tutorials kind of the thing. You can also check out some of the tutorials whatever we are discussing in the skilltutorials.org. Okay, so what if I were going to create the procedure syntax for the storing of your code? Create procedure name. Okay, this is very basic syntax. So by using the SQL statement, whatever the statement you want to be, specifically go is going to be very helpful while you're going to be executing some of the code. Executing your storing function directly exec. So this is going to be very helpful for the procedure name if you pass it directly. That's it. So this is very basic kind of syntax, you would say. If you understood how to store, this is storing and this is executing. Then let's play around with some demo kind of data set. So we have different columns here. You can see customer name, contact name, address, city, postal code, country. So let's play around with, I'm just storing the information with corresponding my all the customers. Okay, so yeah, create a process. I'm just creating some procedure called process. This is a procedure name. Select all customers. Procedure name has select star from customers. and go. This is the basic syntax. Okay, and I am just want to be execute that. So select all the customer. If I do this, I will get this query like select start from the customer. I don't want to repeat that again and again. I will type directly exe select all customers. That's it. So I'm just reusing that again and again. I don't want to be write that again. So yeah, with one parameter, let's take. So with one parameter called city, so creating the procedure, you can just creating the procedure select all customers at the rate city in varchar. Obviously it's going to be declare some in varchar. I'm just defining the city. Okay, has select star from the customer where the city is city. Okay, so if I give a pass this, I need to execute a particular city from the customer's table. So I will just type at the rate city is equal to London, or at the rate city is equal to India, at the rate city is equal to Hyderabad. So like that I will get all the customer details without writing the SQL like select star from customers where like this procedure. So this is very simple, no need to write all the statement at a time. If you have a big long query, suppose you have a some 10 lines of the query, you don't want to write this one. You have to be pass your whatever the information with regarding the different columns you have, just pass it through the recipe, then it's going to fetch up that values. You can also see we are going to play around with the different columns you are going to be handled out in the database. City having nvarchar, and I'm also using the postal code nvarchar. Okay, so creating the procedure with corresponding to select all the customers, select start from the where the city name is city and the postal code is the postal code. Then just execute that corresponding to the value information you want to be retrieved. That's it. Simple and straightforward. Once you get some idea theoretically, you will be end up with the syntax. The syntax is basically tells about how to utilize. That's it. If you utilize the syntax in such a way, that is a very basic sense to understand the processes. Storage processors. So storage processors are very useful in the real world industry and the IT industry also. So many people are trying to use by using the whatever they saved information. They have saved information. So once you understood how does that going to be helpful, they have already saved the information. This is very straightforward stuff. So we'll go and see we'll go and see other concept with respect to the index also. So index is very basic kind of the you can say the basic kind of the nature to understand in the SQL to retrieve any kind of the information. So basically index is tells about to retrieve any kind of the data from the database. If you want to be quickly understood about which column it is, okay, which column it is, where it's going to be present, that's how you can directly fetch by using index. Something you have to be know something called as a hash tables. So I will explain the intuition of the hash table. How does that going to be works out in the real world also? So you have a hash table, something called as a hash tables. In the DSA concepts, if you maybe probably learn if you're coming from the CS background. So hash tables does with having key and value pairs. Key and value pairs. So what exactly the key and value pairs is? If suppose I have a value with corresponding to key 1 and key 3, key 4. Corresponding to that, I have a value for 1 is 100 and 3 is 200 and 4 is 1000. What if if I going to call key 3. If I call key 3, it will go and be give the value corresponding to the key 3, right? So it will go and fetch the corresponding value to the key 3, right? So this simple operation is going to be works out with corresponding to this. So 200 will go and be print at this time. If I write the select start from the query where the key is equal to 3. Similarly, the concept of index is in the SQL, we're going to be get read the data information by using index. That's it. So how to create and what are the different operations we are going to handle? Let's see in these examples. So creating the index is very straightforward. Create index name. Okay, you have to pass the index name on top of the table names. That's it. So create the unique index. The basic unique index is going to be helpful. Duplicating some of the records are not allowed. Okay, suppose I have a records for this. Let's take this record having again one. Okay, so this record having again one. So it may not be allowed for, it may not be allowed for unique index, unique index. So you have to be specifically mentioned whenever you require duplications may not be come together. At the time you may be probably learn with the unique index. So let's create the index and try to understand create the index is and creating the index name idx last name on top of the table name last name, right? So if you want to create the index combination of the columns, you can list the columns name within the parentheses. You can also separate by the commas. So this eventually works out well with corresponding to the last name and also the first name. And dropping of the index straightforward by using the drop syntax, drop index name on top of the table. That's it. So will this is very straightforward stuff. If you understood the concept how to utilizing the hash tables, how to utilizing your hash tables corresponding to the index in the SQL. This is very straightforward stuff. So I have understood. Let's wrap up this class and then we can meet into the next class to discuss the other details. Thank you. Yeah, hi all. So today we are going to discuss with regarding the IMDb dataset with SQL project. So this SQL project is going to be, we can also do in the MySQL and also the SQL due to the premium access issue. Most few of the student had facing, we have made up within the IPython notebook in the collab. So in the collab, we can also connect with the SQL. We are going to be seeing how to connect and what are the different kind of the databases we are going to be handled in the collab. So in the collab, we can also handle with CSV files, XLS files, and along with the TSV files and the DB files, and some of the SQLite files also. So for that, we are just connecting with the SQLite files with the importing the SQLite 3. So this is the library, very beautiful and also the elegant library which consisting to read and connecting any kind of the databases which consisting of .db extension. So I'm just retrieving the IMDb data. I hope you understood about the IMDb movie reviews data sets. So we have different kind of the movies coming from all over the world. IMDb is a very popular website. They will going to provide different kind of the reviews and understanding the different kind of the gender and languages and different kind of the functionalities we can also showcase, and we can also retrieve the information by using the data. So we can write the simple queries first so that we will eventually understand the different kind of the complexity queries we are going to be handled. Then we can also look on the different kind of how does we are going to think about the data analytic of by using any kind of the SQL queries. So just go and understood about this project. We are just importing the IMDb dataset and just connecting to that so that we will going to retrieve any kind of the information. So let's say you are going to retrieve the data for the movie review is greater than 3. So further, we are just going to give the query in a such way. This is a basic syntax. So we can also do with corresponding the query you are going to be give. And just same as like read dot underscore CSV, we are going to be into as read underscore SQL query so that it's going to be retrieve the information with connection of whatever we made up on setup with SQLite connection. And also you can see where those are going to be retrieved the whoever having the movie rating is greater than 3, right? So whoever having that movie rate is greater than, sorry, it is the it is a greater than 3. So select the movie reviews having the title with consisting of the movie review from the movie so that we will all generally going to be, sorry, this is a less than, right? This is a greater than, yeah. So greater than the query we are going to be consisting with corresponding the information we are going to be get from the IMDb data sets. And we're just retrieving the information by using that query and also the connection. So if you want to be perform any kind of the shape according to the query you are going to be retrieved, so corresponding to how many rows you want to be fetched, going having the greater than 4. So for that we are going to be retrieve has the find also the one call, which is the movie name, right? So these kind of the movie having the greater than a rating with corresponding the three. So I want to understood about what are the different fields and also the different kind of the columns we have in the database, because we cannot read in a such a way way is going to be opened in the notepad or notepad plus plus. We need to be identify what are the different kind of, so just know about the contents of the information by using the DB. So to get to know about those kind of the names, I'm just importing the names and also selecting the name with corresponding the scale master. We're having the table information. So I have different kind of the uh, columns. We have a movie and also the language, country, location, and along with the M location. That is a movie location. M country means movie country like that. So the person details, director details, producer details, casting details. So different kind of the information we're going to be retrieved from this SQL like database. So let's get started with the some kind of medium level of queries to handle with the data analytics, so that we will improve ourselves in a much better in the SQL language. So I want to list of all the directors who have directed a comedy movie in the leap year. So you need to check about that the gender is a comedy and also the leap year, right? And so for that we have to establish a query so that it will return as a director name and along with the movie name and also the year, so that it will be eventually help us to understand whoever having the comedy director movie in a leap year, right? So yeah, so you can see here it is very simple. If you want to be understood about how do you do in a simple English way, you're going to be understood this kind of the query. So in this query, we can see that we need to be fetch the results for the directors. So I'm just selecting from the movie table. We're having different kind of the columns we need to retrieve. So select distinct. So I'm just selecting the distinct, retrieve the information for the name. So I'm also giving the alias for the G. So G consisting of different kind of the table name, which is we're also going forward to see the G, what exactly the G is. And the P is one of the alias to that. So P is nothing but a person. We can also see the G is nothing but a zone. The different kind of the tables we are going to be joined to get this kind of the information who are having the director of the comedy. And along with the year, so we will also get some of the year where this came up, which is a leap year or not, like that information. So selecting from the movie and joining with director on whatever exactly the primary key we have. Currently, we have the primary key for MID, so that we will get the information by using the director information with corresponding the movie. But we will also get the information with regarding the genre. But directly, we don't have the movie with the genre. We have something called as person also. The person we are going to be joined with this kind of the data with the person IDs. Then we will also get the information by using the person ID information to join with movie ID with corresponding the journal. And the journal movie ID we are going to be joined with corresponding the journal information, such that we will get and identify which corresponding the name and also the name and also the year. So you can also see the genre which is going to be looks like for the comedy, right? So the comedy may be having C, maybe capital some of the cases, C may be small. You can also see those kind of the cases in the databases, right? So for that we this look like as a comedy, as a like going to be information with corresponding to whoever having the comedy looks like this. So percentile will give enhance the results in the beginning and also the lastly, so that we will also get to know about the leap year. So the leap year consisting of divisions of the four, we were having the zero. So I'm just retrieving this information to fetch the details. So these are the most of the details we are going to be get from this. So this is just a sample query, and also the head of the part is going to be shown as only the five results, with consisting of the name and also the year. So yeah, but this is straightforward. Once you get some hands-on about the SQL and also the little bit configurations and setup with the how to use those operators and functionalities and all with the different classes, where to use, when to use, and why to use. So you can also see the next informative query that we are going to be fetch, that consisting of list the name of all the actors who have played in the movie on a 1971. So we need to understood about whoever whoever played a different kind of the roles in that movie called Anand. So we have information for Anand is a movie, obviously, and we need to get the names, that is the persons, and also you are going to be retrieve the information with corresponding to join, right? So you can also see, so select the name, we are going to be retrieve the name, obviously, the names, and the person's details. So where the person ID, okay, the person ID in a such a movie, right? So I'm just giving some kind of the enhancement here to get to understand. It is going to be get some kind of the nested query here, nested query. So once the nested query is twisted, we will get the information with regarding the names. Okay. So in the nested query, what I have written has ltrim PID. That means we are just trimming only the name of the person with some kind of the ID, and also along with typecasting. So I have a table called cast, and also along with we're also giving the C as a alias with corresponding to get some kind of the movie. And also I'm also writing some nested query with corresponding to the information to get whoever having the title is equal to Anand, the movie title. So I will get retrieve this information to get to know about the PID. So according to that, PID is consisting of a name from the person table. So I'm just retrieving from reverse engineering here. So not from the you can say not from the left to right. It is coming from as a right to left kind of the stuff in the SQL queries. So I'm getting the information with corresponding the whoever worked in the Anand movie. Yeah, so we can also see the other query, which consisting of list of the all actors who acted in the film before 1970 and in a film after 1990. So that is greater than or the less than of that much of period, right? So you want to know about showcasing these kind of the results to whoever having the databases with corresponding to that period. So this is also same as like this query, but instead of title Anand, we are just retrieving the information whoever having the period. This is the condition we are going to be applying this. So same as like whatever we did. So retrieving the information from the different nested queries, so that it will be such a way so that it will identify the beautification things in the SQL queries also. So similarly, you can also go further reverse engineering from this. So I'm just selecting to retrieve this information whoever having the greater than 1990 from the movie. And we have something called as a year, that column we can retrieve by using that movie. And along with, we can also see we were having the less than of the 1970, right? So I'm also doing something called as intersect. So the intertext does whoever having, that means common values between the greater than also the less than, those kind of the IDs, it's going to be retrieved by using that movie reviews. Then we are going to get it kind of the PID value, and also we are going to be get as a name corresponding to the persons. So these are the couple of the persons who are from the top five, you can say the head part is going to be get from this. So these people are acted in this period. So yeah, next query you can also see, so that you will get some kind of analytic way of thinking. So that once you get some kind of how to retrieve the information by using some kind of the questionnaire kind of the thing. So if you want to know about some kind of the sales details, who are having the drill down details at the time, also you can try to understand by using the queries. So along with this, you can also improve the results in a such way kind of the different domains. So yeah, if you want to know about who are the directors who directed 10 movies or more, greater than or 10, okay. In ascending order of the numbers of the movies they directed, in ascending order we retrieve the data who are having the greater than 10. That means, so you can retrieve the data information by using the greater than 9, right? So that is very helpful at the time. And also return the direct name. So return the director's name and number of the movies, each of them are directors, so that we will get some idea movie count and also the name corresponding to that. So in this situation, we can directly retrieve the data information with corresponding to the identity file with the directors and returning those names and along with the movies who are going to be director by using the each and every movie. So select the star from the table which consisting of the movie and also the director information. So we can also join these corresponding to get PID values because the PID is the information with corresponding to the movie and also the director information. So I'm just selecting the distinct records, whoever having the PID and also the MID values, and also the retrieve information with corresponding the name according to the director's data sets. So yeah, I'm group buying the name because of we're going to be retrieve the only the names with corresponding the directors, whoever hacking the greater than or equal to the 10, so that we will eventually identify those names. And the descending order we want to retrieve, right? So descending order, so by using the descending order by descending order, I was just applying the weight class. So this is almost like the nested class. Once it's satisfied, it comes under this category like that. So I will get movie count is very high first, then after. So depending on the data, how much the data we have, and how much the information data we going to be retrieved by using those. And also you can see you want to get for each and every year the number of you can say the count number of the movies in that year and that had the female actors. So that means you need to know about the number of the movies in that year which had the only female actors, not as a male actors. So we want to just informative to get to know about the count. That's it with regarding the year. So you can see the information with regarding the movies and also the female actors. We have something called as gender. Okay, so gender is we can also say satisfy the equation to get the more information. Gender is not equal to male, or you can directly pass that into the gender is equal to female. That is also worked out in the weight class. So if you want to be performed, so if you want to get that much of the detail in a way, so we have to corresponding to mention with corresponding the information from the trim PID and also the MID values. So I'm just selecting the year where it required the year and also the count for the movies, right? So count of the movie IDs along with the movie ID, which movie it is. So from the movies table, so where the movie is not in, okay, so movie is not in. That means we are going to be fetch the results, the applying the where class is equal to gender is equal to male, right? So the where class consisting of gender is equal to male. That means it indirectly is taking as a female candidates. So selecting the MID, trim MID is going to give the whoever having the trim MID values and also the from the casting details along with whoever having in the formation of gender is equal to male. We already mentioned this is not. So gender is null or gender is null. So some of the blank values also some of the cases in the databases. So we need to be ignore those kind of the values. We'll group by the MIDs because we need different information by using the MID value, the movie IDs values, right? And also the group by the year so that we eventually get the results in a much better fashion. The count of the each and every movie with corresponding the year and also the movie IDs. We will get the information like this. So similar way, we can also write these kind of the queries so that we will get some kind of idea to enhance the results in a report manner. So we want each year of percentile of the movies in that year with only female actors and the total number of the movies made that year. So let's say, for example, suppose you are going to be get some kind of the movies in 1990 and 31st. That means yeah, that yeah, 31.81 and also the 13.5 2022. So 1990 is there was 13.522 movies and 31% and 31%, let's say, had only the female actors. You don't need to be round your answer, but you can go into be detailed and discuss about your query in a such a way fashion. It's somewhat complexity kind of the question from fifth onwards. So you'll also be able to see the different kind of the complexity queries you are going to be retrieve the information with corresponding the different kind of the data we are going to be handled on. So let's go and complex kind of the data sets in this project so that we will able to see how does we are going to be tackle these kind of the solutions in a data analytics manner. So I hope you understood the question. So let's get started with the query. So we need to retrieve the information with corresponding the percentile value over having the female test. So for that, we're directly taking the data for the year, obviously. So year which consisting of, I think the temp is having some kind of the query alias, not as a direct table alias. So we'll discuss about the nested query, how does that going to be works out. And along with, you can also say we are just calculating to get to know about the percentile. So the percentile calculated with somehow with the temp having the nested alias. We will discuss about the temp first also, right? So in the nested query, what we had, yeah, this is I think, yeah. So up to this, yeah, up to this as a nested query. So selecting mcat count, so we will going to be get retrieve the information by using that the count and also the year from the movies data sets. Then we are going to be get in terms of with the movie ID, we are having the distinct movie IDs. So we were having the distinct movie IDs corresponding from the casting data set, so that we will get retrieved by using the movie ID. Those who are not in, because we need the retrieve the information only because of the female candidates. If you mention the where class is equal to gender, where class is gender equal to male, at the time you can mention as not in, right? And also, if you want to directly specify gender not is equal to male, at that time you can directly mention as in. That is fine. Whether you can satisfy this answer or whether you can satisfy that answer, every information will be stay the same. And also you can retrieve the data by using corresponding the information nested queries you are passing with movie ID, and then we can use by using the movie ID and also the person ID by using the person data. So and to get information for the temp, we are only getting those kind of the year we were having the condition gender is not equal to male. So gender is not equal to male having the year and along with the percentiles to calculate with corresponding. The CNT is nothing but the count. The count have been is made upon under the another query, nested query called as this one. So and then CM and also you can something called as temp2, right, in the percentile value. So select m dot year. That means you are going to be get the year and also the count. Count is CNT, getting from the movie table grouped by the years. So we are going to be retrieve that information according to the class we are going to be applying as a where. Then we will get information for the temp2 to get to identify and also the calculate with the percentile values, such that we will eventually understood this much of the this much of the percentage had only the female actors in that year. So let's go and check out how does the retrieve information is looks like. So you can also see the count results and along with the percentile results in that year. The count is 2, the percent is 50. And in 1999 is the percent is 1% and the count is 66. So the count is somewhat decreasing, percentile increasing. Count is very high, percentile is somewhat increasing. So depends on the data set. It almost we cannot assume like that, but I'm just analyzing the data how we are going to be retrieving and some of the information to get rid from these data sets. Yeah, let's go forward with some other complexity kind of the query to retrieve. So I need to get the film and with the largest cast. Okay, and along with we need to return the movie title and also the size of the cast. By cast size, we mean the number of the distinct actors that played in that movie. If an actor played the multiple roles or if it some simply occurs multiple times in the cast, we still count her or him only once. So the query is saying that we need to get kind of the find some of the films with the largest cast. That means we're going to be get the cast size, right? Obviously, whether it's going to be cast size is very high. By using the descending order, we will going to be eventually get that. So that is first point. And second point is we need to understand the movie title and also size of the cast. By cast size mean the number of the distinct actors that played in that movie. That is obviously. And if an actor played multiple roles, or if it is simply occurs a multiple times in the cast, still the counter is going to be once. Okay, it may not be having, so we can apply directly distinct so that it may not be repeated again, right? So yeah, let's try to write this query. This is somewhat easy once you understood these question, otherwise it is somewhat complex to write such queries. So selecting the movie and title along with that, so that we will eventually get the distinct person's ideas, right? So we are not going to be repeated again and again, so only once. That's a made statement here. So getting that cast size is going to be get whoever having a different kind of the ad roles, right, and the actors who is present in that cast. So getting from the cast table so that we will get understood about, and just joining with the movie ID so that we will get all the information with the distinct person's IDs. So the group by the cast so that eventually get and order by using the descending order. So just to get some idea about these titles and also the cast size, so that we will directly descending, directly applying the order by using the descending, so that we will get eventually. And also you can see another query with corresponding the decade of the sequences and 10 consecutive years. Okay, so for example, let's say in your database you have the more movie information starting from the 1965, and then first decade is 1965, 1966, 1974. Okay, though the second one is consisting from 1967. Okay, and so on. So what happens, you have to find the decade is nothing but 10 years in the gap, right? So with that largest number of the films and the total number of the films in that d list, so we need to identify and we need to get the details of the decades, okay, consecutive years, so that it eventually says that the largest number of the films and also the total number of the films. So just to understood about the decade size so that we will get some idea, we have only the year. So year is nothing but one. So what if I going to apply as 9 plus 9? So you eventually get year plus 9 plus 1, that is the decade, right? 10 years is nothing but a year, consecutive years. So let's try the query by using that logic. So select and decade start, decade end. I'm just selecting those columns so that we will get rid of the after the nested queries. And along with I also need some kind of the maximum number of the moves. That's a reason, right? Largest number means maximum number of the moves we're going to be handled from the nested queries. So the nested query is consisting of the brief introductions about the decade. So decade start nothing but, so we are having a year starts from, if suppose let's say we are going to be starts from the 1965, right? So the 1965 to 1974 is a one of the decade, so like that. So decade start consisting of a year directly from that movies data sets, along with the decade end. This is the decade end consisting of year plus 9, right? So 10 years almost. Along with, we'll also need a number of the movies to retrieve that information to get the largest numbers. So I'm just doing as a count so that we will get to know about the number of the movies from that. After that, after this kind of the class, we are going to be give some kind of distinct records whoever having the subset from that movie. So substring will basically gives about, so whoever having the year. So suppose let's say I have a year called 1968, so it will went to the back onwards 1964, so that we will eventually get the correct year, and along with whoever having the greater than and also the less than year. So 1965 to 1974 is one of the decade, right? So we will eventually get those kind of the decade start and end decade. So yeah, and just made a condition to retrieve that information by using the grouping of the years so that we will get easily understood about the decade of the experience. So the maximum number of the movies in a decade from 2008 to 2017. So this is very I will say this is very good informative from this query, so that we will eventually get this kind of the idea decade start and also the decade end. And along with some such a complex query with regarding, find all the actors that made more movies with Yash Chopra than any other director. So seems like it's very easy, but if you understood about the logic, how does it going to be happen, and also the implementation part. So what exactly the query consisting of, we need to be identify, find the all the actors. Okay, so the maximum subject is finding the all the actors, that means persons that made more movies. Okay, so we are having the all the actors, those are making more movies, that means count is very high for those movies. With only S Chopra, the person is S Chopra only. And this is a very complexity one, this is a very complexity one. Then other directors. So what happens in this case, so in the person's file it's going to be identified those kind of the names who are having the more movies with a Chopra, that is first identification. And second identification is S Chopra than any other directors. So we need to frame these two kind of the different identification, and then we can union to get to know about the actors. So yeah, this is how the query looks like. That much of identifications we need to be handled, and then we can get the end of the name and also the maximum number of the movies with S Chopra. So let's try to understand this query. What else? What are the required information we need to retrieve? So firstly, we're going to be retrieve the information with corresponding the name and also the maximum movies, right? So that is a major agenda here. So according to the question, what happens? We need to be get information for the directors, persons, movies, and also the actors. Actors is nothing but a persons here. So to get to know about that, I'm just joining with the directors tables along with the person tables, and also selecting the directors IDs and whoever having the maximum movies. So that we will eventually get some kind of the information, and along with the actor IDs. And we can also see we are going to be retrieve the information from the movies to select those kind of the movies count, such as the movies number of the movies, let's say. So person's ID we already know. So we will get from the person's tables by using the person ID as a director ID. Obviously, the director ID is the person IDs, and also the actor ID, some of the person's IDs. I'm also joining innerly with the person's data, so that we will eventually get some kind of the cast details also, cast details along with the person details. So that we will going to be get movie ID, person ID, and also the cast ID. So eventually get some kind of the information from the persons and also the directors and also the movies. With regarding first identification is S Chopra. So whoever is working with S Chopra, we need to be identified and give some kind of the weight class. So where the ID, the person ID consisting of with corresponding from the person's table, we're going to be looks like Yash Chopra. That may be consisting of small y or the capital Y. We are not sure about that. Maybe iPhones will be there in the middle. So that's the reason we are just giving as a like, so that eventually retrieve the information with regarding the Yash Chopra identifications. Then what happened in this case? We are going to be retrieve the information to get to know about the joining with criteria with any other directors. So you can also see we are going to be get as some kind of MC is a alias according to this. So MC we can use for all these kind of the lines. Okay. So sorry, from this onwards. So from this onwards, we're going to be see all these kind of the lines here. So in this case, we are going to be get on top of this has any other directors, so that we will get the information for the movie and also the directors. I'm just using as a group by from this, so that we will eventually get the IDs along person's IDs, that means actor IDs, and along with the director IDs. I'm just grouping those things. Then after I'm also doing something called as who are having the director is does not is equal to, that means the person is not yet worked on, that means S Chopra is not yet worked with the director. That is the reason, right? Any other directors, not the director, any other directors. So I'm just giving the query nested query here. So selecting the person name who are having the S Chopra, that does not is equal to, that does not is equal to the director's names. Okay, that does not is equal to the person, that is nothing but a person's name. So when we're going with does not is equal to selecting the persons from the name S Chopra. So yeah, that's it. It's a very simple query, but what happened if you made any kind of the mistakes, it's somewhat going to be difficult to understand the data and whatever the retrieve information you want from this. It made up on somewhat different. You can also refer this link so that you will eventually get some kind of the information by using this. Yeah, this is the information we require to know about it. So we were having the names worked with the Sopra, any of the languages. Yeah, so let's see also this query. This query also very somewhat complex. So let's say look on this query. Shahrukh Khan number of an actor is the length of the shortest part between the actor and also the Shahrukh Khan in the co-acting graph. That is, Shahrukh Khan has Shahrukh number 0. All actors who acted in the same film as a Shahrukh have the Shahrukh number 1. All the number who acted in the same film has some actor with Shahrukh number 1 have Shahrukh number 2, etc. Return all actors whose Shahrukh Khan number is 2. I hope I need to be frame this kind of the questions in such a way so that you will able to understand easily. So the Shah Rukh Khan number of actor is the length of the shortest part between the actor and also the Shah Rukh Khan in the co-acting graph. So they are going to give as the Shah Rukh Khan number, okay, of an actor. The length is going to be a shortest part between the actor and also the Shah Rukh Khan. So what happened in this case? Shah Rukh Khan has some point of the number that is 0, and all the actor who acted the same film with Shah Rukh Khan, the Shah Rukh Khan number is 1 at the time, and at the time of all the actor who acted in the same film as the same actor with Shah Rukh Khan, that is 1, having the number 2. Okay. So some kind of the this is the extension process with corresponding the Shah Rukh Khan. So Shah Rukh Khan with corresponding the return we were having the all the actors. So let's go and implement this kind of the informative question with regarding the SQL query. So let's get started with corresponding to this. So yeah, this is also somewhat complex question, but try to understand by using this so that if you practice well, this is very easy once you get some hands-on with the SQL side. So I'm just selecting the name and also yeah, this is the output we're going to be looks like. We're going to be get all the information with regarding a name. So we're going to be get the name to get from the persons, and we're going to be give that person's ID to get it from the movies and also the casting, so that we will eventually get who are having the payrolls with corresponding the shark. So let's get started with some of the sub nested queries. So this is one of the nested queries. This is 2, 3. Okay. So up to this is the nested query we had. This is the identification one, and second identification which starts from here. This is identification two. So yeah, first identification, what exactly we are doing here is, so in this we are going to be get data for the person's ID and also the cast IDs. So cast IDs with consisting of all the results of the who are going to be acted in that same film, and so that we will eventually get that information from the cast. So I'm just selecting the distinct records. You can also, I'm just selecting the distinct record from the movie ID list and along with the cast ID list, so that we will eventually get information from the movies and also the cast, so that whoever having the distinct records from the movies tables, we are just joining with the person's IDs, so that we will also information to get read from whoever hacking payroll with the Shah Rukh Khan as a number 1, and it's likely going to be with combination with the other nested query. So let's look upon this query. So this query consisting of whoever having the movie casting information not in the movie. Okay. So let's look upon. So I'm just selecting the movie ID so that we'll get the information for the casting and also the movie ID from that person's. And you can also get the information to get to read about the IDs, the person's IDs as a Shah Rukh Khan that may not be present in the person's IDs, right? So at the time we are going to be get reduced from the distinct records from the movies and also the casting, so that we're going to be joined together with their in the join. So yeah, this is one identification, and the second identification is from this, so that we will eventually easily write this kind of the queries once you get some hands on with this. So this is a major property here, not in the Shah Rukh Khan names. So yeah, I'm just telling that, and Shahrukh Khan name having the person's IDs, so that we will eventually get the information according to the whoever worked it with the Shahrukh Khan. So I hope you understood. You can practice this. I will share this notes with you so that you will eventually get some kind of hands-on with the SQL, whatever we are learned till now. Thank you.